Hey everyone, time to do the usual setup. I'll fast forward a minute or two ahead while you are I don't know how many longer. It takes time. Kick doesn't silence itself in the background. Silly kick, doing silly kick things. YouTube and Twitch too. Tell the Discord that I am streaming. I was debating on if I was really want to make it where I stream every day or if I just want to stream during the week or something. And I don't want to overboard it and cause problems like I did previously. And I don't want to overboard. Get that started and then chat is ready, and then you ever tell people to join the Discord at the top of things like that? Wish listing doesn't really help on here anyway. The number of wish lists is meaningless anyway. I'm sure I'll get a lot more people actually play, but I might as well build a community along the way, right? I mean, I already have over 100 people in the Discord, but I could have hundreds more. People watching on Kick already. Does that mean that there's a bot watching me? It is Kick. You never know. There's one thing I've learned. Typically a bot. Every once in a while someone chats me on there. Typically it's a bot. Alright. Get to work on old Patrick here. Where did I put where it changes the water around for him? I get the feeling the water's not in the correct location to start with. Find everything in Patrick's room. I get the feeling there's something way out there in the middle of nowhere. Also, apparently there's a bunch of things that shouldn't be in here. Nice. Well, we'll get to that in a second, but I'm looking for the water. Is it not called water? Hmm. No, it's a kill cube. It's probably picked up on event begin play. Patrick teleport. Maybe we should call the kill cube. Hey, Shadow. It's 2:40 a.m. I usually try to start around 2, but I laid down for a bit of a nap and it was a little longer than expected. A little bit. How's your day going? Or more than less? Yeah, pretty much. That wasn't a huge amount, but you know. It's fine. It's fine. I need to fix the Patrick kill cubes because I went to show off Patrick and then I died because the kill cubes moved to weird locations. Heat wave? Mm-hmm. You guys gotta get the those portable AC units. I have a big room one. It's, I don't know, about half as tall as me and I used to use it before the whole house AC got improved, and now it's cheaper to store in the whole house AC. And so I do. And so I do. Very worth it though. Why won't you? Oh, never mind. It wasn't on there. I was like, wait a second. I guess this one doesn't even go up. Why does this one exist if it doesn't go up? That's dumb. You don't need to exist. Yeah, that does there. It's like, no, we can't have it be 90. Hopefully you're able to find some way out of the heat, you know? He is no bueno. Oops. The world is like to have these additional little points on there. It's really annoying. Muesli? What is that? Definitely lots of water. I should drink more water myself. I drink too much tea and not enough water. It's not good. Couldn't do that to myself. Water good. Other stuff not so great. I didn't copy the Z, did I? Good. Switching recipe, learn from Apple. Make 2, takes a day to make, it's worth it. Nope. Let's take a look at what it is. I admit that I'm usually so busy I don't do a lot of cooking. Too many things that I must do. It's gonna be some kind of weird cereal? Well, it tries to correct the spelling to Muesli. I wonder if that's not right. Well, internet, you're not very helpful. Okay. Nice, nice. Might as well take a look at it. Also, I just have so many things I work on all the time that I just end up not really having a lot of time to cook, too. I wish I did. I mean, I don't like cooking, but I have to do like 2 hours of working out every day. My regular job, I stream as well. Gotta prep food, gotta, you know, get my shower. Yeah. And 2 hours of exercise, all the PT stuff combined with the amount of walking they demand I do. At some point I want to get up to running again. It'd be nice. Should stop me from dying to Patrick's initial ability. I hope so. I'm gonna set Patrick in phase 3 though. I guess my neck has better motion than it used to. True. Still not great, but I think they're helping. I think they are. I don't know how many PT appointments I have left. I could probably figure that out, actually. Hmm. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10. I only have 2 left. Oof. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I can convince my insurance to give me more. Give me more. Do it. Give more. We don't care about the battle phase. Everything is well, I know I can make this. I can just connect all the same lines up. I can't remember how I program this, but I can just do this, and this will always be phase 3. I've decided I'm definitely going to make Temperance the tarot card that's available. It's just the most finished one, besides the other ones I already have, so I'm just going to make those the ones in the demo. I'll have to increase the thing's health so that it's better than it currently is, but... Bounce. I'm gonna reduce that bounce, it is pretty comedic. For sure. I don't want to hear both musics. I should make a note that Patrick's initial telling point was wrong. Patrick's initial point is wrong. Okay. He didn't even do his taunt. Maybe having the bubbles is not that cool. I don't know. Doesn't get you an idea how much you realize. Did I not put a nav mesh down? Put a nav mesh down. I did. It just wasn't moving. Interesting. I think Patrick's initial spawn point is wrong, which is dictated by this thing here. Oh, I found to transform 0. Is it because this has been resized or something and that's screwing it up? Probably. No. Why are you spawning down there? Just runs the taunt command, and the taunt command says... Let me see if I don't want to do that then. That's weird. I don't know why you would spawn in a different location. Not a bad track. Chat. Never hide the chat. Yeah, it's like it's... I think I have an idea. I think this is way off. That's because it's rotated. And the relative location is figured by that, not the other. Yeah, because I rotated, now I gotta move all this around too, because of that. Yeah. Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Will that spawn in the right location? I don't know why it would spawn it there anyway, though. It seems weird. Rotating the whole building was terrible. I hate having to do that. It was not something that was easy to do. It fixed a lot of map problems. Not wrong. Yeah. I don't remember which one of these it actually uses. Now that I have a thing in here, I might have upgraded it and just forgot to move the other variable. And then waited 6 months to forget. Yay! Good job, me. What a good plan that was. Yes. Hey, Jens. That's awful. Continue on. Yeah. Has been a bit. I definitely just had lots of health problems, and I just, you know, didn't really get back to streaming. It's like, well, I could, but I don't feel good. I kind of just didn't. Much as I enjoy working on the game, I basically had spine issues, so they were kind of making it difficult to actually, you know, sit around here. Sitting bends your spine. But enough chiropractic, PT, and you know, physical therapy, and deep tissue massage, and it's not too bad. Actually, might let's reduce the scale a bit. 45. So over the last 6 months, I've done very little on this game. Nice. Imagine working on games. Who does that? That's weird. But I'm back to the grind. Hopefully I can finish it this time. Damn, you okay? That's rough for sure. Basically, if you're playing chicken with a scooter, hopefully you won, is what I'm saying, I think, at the end of the day, right? At least win the battle. It's important. The Spline 2 starting location. Recipe check later. Recipe check later on Discord. Nice. Thank you. Seems really healthy. I might die if I eat something that healthy. I'll go debating going to the hospital, but I'm getting over being sick too. Hospital sounds like the last bit, a little bit of random map left. Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't read today for some reason. Yeah, thanks for the recipe. Fair fight, roll off faster than me. Oh. It's got the speed. Are you ever going to fight it? Oh god. No good. No good. I think I'll actually put it farther over here, right? I don't have a rotation for the spline starting location, so that's fine. Let's start here. Fixing the game because of the map crap. The map was so broken. I do need new pictures for the map, that's true, but other than that, everything was very functional. A friend of mine had scoliosis and she would frequently be absent from school because of pain. Fair. Yeah, with Lady's at the physical therapy place who was one of the aides there had scoliosis from when she was a kid and just had it her whole life. It's like, well, I feel their pain. I don't have scoliosis, but I have spine issues, and that's pretty similar in how it pans out, you know? Just saying, it's pretty similar. I don't specifically know what my problem is, just that my spine has lots of problems. They haven't been able to put a name to it. I just tell people I'm allergic to game dev. It's much easier. Like, yeah, I'm allergic to game dev. Kind of rock and track. And still doing it, yep. I don't know what's good for me. I'm dumb. I'm real dumb. If I was smart, I never would have touched game dev and I just would have sat there and continued trading my magic cards and making gross amounts of money. Instead, I was like, listen, I clearly hate myself. It's game dev time. Yeah, I do it because I like it. It's right. The biggest problem is I'm a very obsessive person, and that leads down bad rabbit holes, including, you know, just overworking because I was doing my 8-hour days with, you know, that and like 8-hour days streaming a lot of times, or, you know, basically I'd be working like 14 to 16-hour days, and eventually that was just too much for my poor body. Hey, Renletta, how's it going? Break out in frustration for the event. Yeah. I don't know, if it wasn't for pain, I really enjoy. Weird. If it wasn't for pain, I really enjoy just doing all this stuff here, which is do it for fun. I really would. It's just that is my fun. I really have to be convinced to do game dev, but if I'm in pain the whole time, I have to be convinced to do game dev. It's just pain from sitting in front of the computer. It didn't make a difference what I did in front of the computer. And I was having trouble standing, so I couldn't just stand and do it. That was part of the problem. I'm just having issues even like being able to walk for months. I don't double jump. I want to double jump so bad I can't. What you doing, pal? I thought I set it correctly to trigger phase 3, but he's not moving. Oh, I know what I forgot. I'm dumb. I dumb. because we're testing this, all these need to now go to this one here. So I want to test phase 3 only. I only set it on the Puppet Master. But yeah. Game dev is too fun. I love creating things. I've done them over 7 times. Yeah. True, true. You know, after all that time, I'm trying to remember how I did things. And thankfully, I did things in a pretty logical way, so it really wasn't not as hard to remember things. But I definitely haven't done a lot in a while, and streaming is kind of forcing me to get back into it again a bit. I just wanted to progress to the Paddy Kong game. I want to see if the water works. The cards get it back? They don't show up if they're you don't have them. Well, I didn't die from the water this time. That's a good sign. Now you get to the top and see if the water's out there where it's supposed to be. The other scene, which is horizontal, they only show up if you have one. On that too, right? It's a game testing. I'll move to the other side so you can see the that way. They only. I'm gonna run into those. My poor computer's a potato. Poor potato computer. I'm so sorry. I kind of feel like there should be more light. Is the water where it's supposed to be? It most certainly is. I got a beating here for no reason. Water went back down. Oh, yeah, the dev thing here? Yeah. This is just, I haven't put in pictures for where they're at. I put one for Sally, but otherwise, like, these just are where you're at, and the picture doesn't make a difference. Yeah, this is my dev thing there. It sets me for where I'm supposed to be for that point in the game with the abilities I'm supposed to have. Though they're not as accurate as I want them to be, because I keep changing things around. And I just forgot to put pictures in for all these. Like, I could make a picture for them all. Like, I could take a picture of Patrick and then just do that now if I wanted. Well, if he wasn't away. Yeah, it's just the dev screen. Maybe at some point I'll put pictures just for my amusement. All the pictures I'm supposed to. I should be more patient than I'm being. Yeah, players never see that. It's just a cheater thing. I didn't want to individually set each ability. I'd rather prefer it, you know, just give me what I'm supposed to have for that area. It only gives the abilities. I don't even put the tarot cards. Now I could give them all the tarot cards as well. It's set up to do that if I want. Like all the ones that only give +1 level, but hasn't really been that necessary. I just manually set her level. What I want. I don't have to break all of them. I just can dodge the ones I don't want to break. Seems to work now for this phase. Normally he doesn't have his full health for this fight, so... Or for this point. I'm just letting it run its course a few times and see if it's gonna break at any point. He takes a lot of damage here. He takes triple damage when you hit him there, so your reward for there is you get a triple hit on him. Keep forgetting you have the Tarot form. They're fast enough, these don't really come down that quick. I don't want to speed them up in a way, but... Eh. You should use that and get the real... like, it's basically like 6x damage because it's double damage and then he does 3x damage anyway for the particular thing. No, phase 3 looks like it's working just fine now. Really was just the water didn't get rotated with it. Now that that's been rotated, it shouldn't be a problem. As that happens. And every once in a while I guess he gets turned a little bit weird. Did you just jump on my head? You jerk. Don't jump on your head. I could put little spikes or something in here to make this even harder. It is the first boss though, so I don't know. You might not even have all the levels by the time you get to this point. You might actually be under-leveled. I have myself set to like an average level. I'm not even playing at the max level you could be for this fight, which should make it a lot faster. Stuff tripled, actually 6x damage, jerk. Yee. I might be able to get hit in here if I'm quick enough. Yeah. Hello? That one doesn't look like it went up. I'm gonna move that one out a little bit. It's just a physics-based roll. But I gotta remember, this is the first boss, so you know. Might up the damage on things too, I don't know. Like these spike balls could just do more damage. You can't really take the hits easily. Yeah, they don't do that much damage right now. A lot of balancing gonna happen for sure. Oh, I was dumb. I didn't do the full super hit. That was a mistake. Waste probably do an extra lap around because of that. I can't find him. Might be up here. Yeah, they're just relying upon the actual ramps here in order to roll. If you get in here fast enough, then they won't be that far down. If you take too long, they actually start getting all the way down to the bottom. Got him. So he only kind of flubbed a little bit on one of them. That's not too bad. Let me fix him. Might make the spike balls do a little more damage, though. That's true. Also, let's fix this. We'll see. Not too much extra damage, but you know, maybe a little bit. There's gonna be a lot of balancing all over the place, so we'll see. I mean, depending upon what level you are, that could make a big difference in just how much damage you're really taking there. It doesn't do percentage-based damage, so... Probably this thing. When I have this set up, does it, I think it assigns damage from here. I'm pretty certain to set it up like that, so I wouldn't have to have individual damages all over the place. We'll have to check. Just here. Yeah, spawn projectile. Fire projectile. Not really that hard. I mean, I still remember how to do a lot of things, so I messed with it quite a bit. Like, you know, for all that time before that. So the basics weren't that hard to figure out, and then I just kind of looked at where things were at and kind of rebuilding. I forgot little dumb crap. I remember myself with dumb crap. But after like a few days, I'm already back to pretty good. So basically after about 8 or 9 hours of total time, I was pretty golden, maybe even 10 hours. Even now, there's probably still things I've kind of forgotten, but I don't know. Seems okay. Yeah. I'm not going to worry about difficulty levels. Nah. Maybe later I might add in that option, potentially, but I was just going to go with, you know, one way to play the game. And then maybe in the future, additional difficulties can happen. Would just be changing numbers. Oh yeah, the depreciated thing. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna be like 5+ years, and they're not even gonna do it anyway. We had this discussion. It's a discussion every day, actually, that I stream because someone brings it up. But the simple reality is that all these companies out there already have their own, you know, pipelines of how they do things. And they're not going to throw all that away, spend, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars between all of them to try to switch to Verse instead of Blueprints, which everyone knows that they'd have to retrain all their staff and everything like that. Verse is also in like beta phase. It's not even like complete. It's what UEFN uses, and it's only designed to do the most basic bitch of stuff. Like, it's really not very good. It's just not able to take Blueprint's place yet. So they're saying that they were going to depreciate it in 6 at some point. They're not going to, you know, get rid of it completely until way down the line, supposedly. But Tim Sweeney, the guy, you know, who runs, you know, Epic, really wants everything to be in Fortnite, because he wants Fortnite to be like Roblox, because Fortnite makes Epic a lot of money, and obviously you could see where they would want that. That doesn't work for most people. Not everything's in Roblox. But he realizes that, you know, the Blueprint stuff doesn't work very well with, you know, Fortnite. So he wants everyone to use UEFN's crap. But UEFN stuff isn't capable, and it's really difficult to use. Like, the reason why UEFN works for most people is because they've designed it in little modular crap. It's almost like a blueprint, really, for every little thing, and nobody's typing out code. No, I'm happy to chat about it. It's just funny because, you know, people forget that this is Epic we're talking about. These are the same people whose water plugin has been in beta since Unreal 4. 4.26 when they added it, and I was so excited. And I was like, oh, it'll come out of beta sometime. Actually, it's in experimental, my bad. It never even hit beta. These are the same people where Nanites still got things that are experimental in it. And Nanite doesn't even work right. The whole thing that Unreal 5 was supposed to bring to the table is garbage, and nobody uses it. Not even the AAA companies. Lumen was so bad they had to make Lumen Light. Like, things aren't even production ready. It just sounds really good. Well, in this case, really bad. But it's something to, you know, mention in their press releases so that the stockholders can go, oh my god, the new version's going to have this. It's going to be so great. And then it never pans out. Also, they really want AI to be a thing, because all of tech wants AI to be a thing, even though it's proving to be not good at anything except for making, you know, slop for social media. And so AI isn't very good at making blueprints. It's better with verse. They really want that to work, but everyone's trying to get the AI to do things, and so far it's fine if your project is, you know, a tiny little prototype, like a little itty bitty slice of something, but it can't do anything big because it just can't account for everything. The big selling point from 5.8 onwards is so far hot garbage. But nobody's surprised, because companies are losing tens of millions of dollars due to AI so far being so bad. That when they're trying to have it code, they're telling all the users, you know, all their coders to use it, and paying for shit tons of tokens, and those tokens are just eating a huge amount of money because I just can't really deal with big stuff. So yeah, everything in Epic is currently a dumpster fire. And last night I was having this discussion with a couple people, and it came up that the Unreal Remake games, you know, like the Rebirth one, the recent one, was made in Unreal 4. That's right. Both remake games were made in Unreal 4. Even Square Enix didn't switch to Unreal 5. Let alone Unreal 6. So Epic's expecting everyone to adopt this thing, and people haven't even adopted Unreal 5 yet. Like I did, because I got some stuff out of it, but so let's say they make Verse, you know, this ridiculously good thing or whatever. I'll be surprised. That everyone adopts, which won't happen, but we'll say it does. It still has to get to, you know, production ready before they can even do that. And then, you know, that's going to be multiple versions like that, because, you know, how long did it takes them to release, like, you know, to go from 5.7 to 5.8? Like 6 months at least, maybe longer. So if every version, you know, every point version is like 6 months, it'll probably be at least 6.5 6.6 before they even think about it. And keep in mind that Unreal 6 isn't out yet. It's supposed to be out sometime in fall. So by that sense, that's at least like 3.5 years, assuming they just completely depreciated it by that point, which I doubt it. They still have an AI sensing thing from Unreal 3 lurking about. Just to give you an idea, it's an AI perception thingy. There's the old one. It's still there. They never even got rid of it. So Epic doesn't really get rid of a lot. So I wouldn't worry about it. There's a bunch of, like, you know, super ridiculous coder bros who think everyone should learn to code. I know how to code. But I'm going to tell you right now that there's plenty of people who don't know how to code, and they're the artists out there, and the artists aren't going to learn first either. Not going to happen. So just like many things Epic does, I expect it to be a complete dumpster fire. That's pretty much how I view it on, you know, Verse at the moment. The long and short of that, UE6, like, I'm probably not switching to UE6 unless there's some sort of huge benefit. I learned my lesson from switching to UE5. I wish I'd stayed on UE4. I'll say it, UE4 ran much better. UE5 has brought a movement system to the table that I'm using, and mega lights, which I didn't need mega lights because you just cooked your lighting previously. But I mean, my game was getting 120 FPS in the old UE4 days. There's an ad break running. Okay, well, I guess I'll wait till that's over for who hasn't bothered to block the ads yet. You fools, just block them. Don't be dumb. Fire projectile, play montage. How do I set the damage on this thing here? Spawn's normal. Spawn actor. Weapon owner, okay. So what does weapon owner say for this one? What is going on with this mess? It doesn't make a difference, I guess. I just kind of left it there, but you had it there for a reason. I had all these different systems and I need to change them up, I guess. Yeah, remove a bunch of crap. Are people back? I guess I just literally put them in here as their damage. I guess I could do 20 or something. Awesome, welcome back. I don't know if you caught everything I said. I don't know when the ad break started. I was only mildly paying attention to that. AFK for eating, check player enable. Have game making? Oh, well, thanks for hanging out, Shadow. Enjoy your food. Thanks for the recipe. Try to make it at some point. Stop being a lazy and make stuff. I guess. Oh, it's on movable parent. It totally is. Oh. Yeah. Reminds me of oatmeal, basically. Just oatmeal with fruit, but the healthy version and not the garbage we eat here that's in a package. That's what it sounds like. Yes. Anything made from scratch is so much better. That's all a woman has to do to win me over. Prove she can cook things from scratch. I have too many projects that I'm working on, too many job things. If she can cook and cook well. Oh, she can cook average. That's pretty good. High-end job, worthless to me. I don't care. Doesn't do anything for me. Unless she's just going to pay for me to, you know, hire a personal chef, in which case, okay, sure. Cooks delicious food? Oh my god. She's getting a ring on her finger. 100%. How do I have this set up? I'm reminding myself on this crap. Yeah, so it's just update stats based on level, which is this here. It doesn't look like it pulls damage out of anything. On those ones. It's only if it has a tarot card. Tarot name. So does this have a tarot name on it? Maybe it does. At all? Learning C++ and real C++? Only just starting, sure. Oh yeah, like, here's the thing. No matter what happens, whether they sunset blueprints, you know, depreciate whatever, and you start using Verse or not, the engine is still based on C++. Your C++ will always be good. They said it as much. They're not rewriting the entire engine versus just another coat of paint on top of it. In fact, they recommend you do all the low-end stuff in C++ still anyways. So if you know C++, none of it's going to matter. You're good. No worries. I'm never going to learn C++. The reason I switched to blueprints was because I didn't want to code anymore. It's much easier to just make things faster and in a much more logical way, I find. But I'm also not a, you know, I don't have a job as a computer science person. Yeah, I learned JavaScript and I wrote lots of plugins and basically rebuilt the RPG Maker engine just because I could. But it took a long time. And I learned that I would much rather do this. I get to make spaghetti. Italian food code. Now, if they decide to take all these things here and replace them with Verse, as far as like just nodes but Verse, that's fine. But what these nodes are, these are just C++ nodes. That's all they are. It's just a coat of paint over C++. If you have a C++ project, you can actually edit the nodes. I don't think wouldn't recommend editing the base nodes. It's gonna be not a great plan, but can if you want. Do you have a tarot name? It does say the Magician on it, but it shouldn't need to. Were these hurting me? No, they were. They were. Bosses have unique mechanics, so trying to figure that out, like how each one set up is different than the regular enemies. The regular enemies, you know, I knew what, like everything is just very streamlined, and there's a lot of streamlined stuff with the bosses, but bosses have to have specifically unique mechanics, so it's not the same. Speaking of Cora, so we're showing me how to use Blueprint C++. Oh, plus C++. Some people use it. I mean, you know, people who are honestly just more knowledgeable than me. I'm told that for certain things it is more efficient, especially for structs. I guess it's not more efficient to code it all. It's obviously faster every time than blueprints to make the code, sure. But I'm told that structs run a lot faster if they're a C++ struct, and that's probably fair. I really haven't noticed a problem one way or another. What I find where you're going to lose a lot of your FPS is the graphics and just the graphics in general. That's what's going to get you. And the number of like assets that exist out there like that, those are what'll get you. It has nothing to do with like your coding. You have to code so badly for that to affect the speed of your game. And in most cases, it's just because people kept casting over and over to this, like, you know, connecting everything essentially, and not using like interfaces. They, like, you know, tie it all together. You feel like you learned one thing in 6 months. Well, what's the one thing you learned in 6 months? I have questions. Actually, that was just the whole question, to be fair. Guess I really don't have questions. I suppose it's fine. I suppose I just set him back to that third mode and then go get hit by those and see if it changed the damage at all or not. And if it did, I don't really care how I specifically had this character set up, because it doesn't make a big difference. It's just one character. And that's because he had to play Donkey Kong, and no other boss plays Donkey Kong with you. That is a unique mechanic of this boss. One boss is going to play Miss Pac-Man with you. Hello world. Okay, well. I really recommend everyone just learn blueprints, to be honest. And then if you want to learn C++, that's fine. But keep in mind that they made Expedition 33 and Unreal 5 using almost exclusively blueprints. Their own words. And I'm willing to bet that the reason why they ended up using any kind of C++ was some optimization thing at some point. Because there's nothing you can't do in blueprints that you... There's nothing in C++ you couldn't do in blueprints for the most part. Like, you might have to go about it a slightly different way, but you can accomplish everything with them. I just need to roll the ball to see how much damage I take. Roll the damn balls. Roll the damn balls. Which one is it? It's this one, alright. Roll the balls. Roll the balls. Heal myself up so I know exactly how much damage I'm taking. And if it's 20 plus 6, then I'm good. So 26. I don't think there's a variance on this, or there might be a variance, but I think there is. This is the place. Apparently I can't get up. I'm terrible. 16, you say? 16. 6? 12? 6? Yeah, that's just it. Like, as a solo dev, or even a small team like that, the most precious resource, the thing they just don't tell you, everyone's like, optimize the most precious resource is time. Take it from a guy with lots of health problems that's had to waste a bunch of time to that. Whatever gets the job done fastest is your best bet. If you can shortcut, do it. Trust me. You can always go back and make it better later, but if you want to finish your game, you want to put like as few barriers as possible. Like, you know, you want to have as few barriers as possible in the way. Like, you don't want to make things take longer. Like, just because a new system exists that's better doesn't mean you should adopt it because you already have something that works, kind of thing. Don't switch. Just stick with it. Because if you switch, you add all the additional time it takes to learn a new thing, or, you know, you want to code it in C++. Like, okay, your thing might be marginally faster at the end, but then you've added all the time difference it takes to go from just dragging out a bunch of nodes to having to type out every individual node, because that's basically what you're doing. You're just typing out the nodes. You can do that, but I see people hand making all their graphics. Man, that is great. I saw a person who's hand making all his own grass and rocks. And I told him, listen, man, when was the last time you looked at a set of like some grass and rocks on the ground? I said, man, those are really nice. But that's right. You've never done that. Ever. Nobody does that. You run over the top of that to the next goal where there's some sort of treasure box or whatever. You open the treasure box and move on. That room you spent like all this time to put that treasure box in to make it look nice, nobody looked at. They looked at it long enough to find the treasure box, any important NPCs, and then they're out. It's like people don't remember how they play games. We're all murder hobos at heart. You know it. We just run around, kill stuff, take all the loot, and leave. I started designing my games that way. It's just like, you know, listen, how much time are you really going to spend on this little spot here? It's like, unless there's something for them to do there, they ain't staying. They're leaving. At least in my game, you know, all the stuff is meant to be jumped on and acts as puzzles and things like that. Platforming stuff, so there's a reason to have it there, and I spend more time on it for that, but I intend to keep the player here longer. If they want to, they can just bypass whatever extra bonus I put up here and skip this whole jumping thing if they wanted. That's cool. They're going to be punished for it because they're not going to have extra stuff near the end, but yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, it's just... time matters. It's like when I, at one point, I could tell you the story of my own hubris and stupidity, really. So, long ago, this toy store was actually a warehouse out on the edge of town. It's kind of in the mountains like that. And the floor, like one of the smaller floors, was the size of this whole section up here, plus this here. I actually cut about 20% off the floors. And that place, if you were to stack all the different things like that, would have been over 30 floors tall worth of stuff. I had no idea how big Poppet was. I had no idea how long it would take. It turns out it takes almost 2 hours to go through one floor with me getting everything, and I know where everything is. Imagine someone who has no idea where to go. It's a Metroidvania. Exploration is part of the game. It probably take 4 or 5 hours. Imagine if I had to make 30 levels. It took over a year and a half. They just really designed the first chapter of the game. Now I can do the later chapters faster because I kind of have more ideas of what I'm doing, and you know, a lot of things are set in stone now, but 30 floors. So when I moved over here, I took the floor that was the initial starting floor, which was like the top half of the east wing. It was like this tiny little section. I might have pictures somewhere. And then I was going to make it something like 7 floors tall. I just had to like a year and a half, and I basically did like a floor and a quarter. That's how big chapter 1 is. Yeah. So imagine if it was like 7 floors tall. Then you start thinking how many enemies I need to fill up a room, like a place with that many rooms. Right? Can you imagine if I need like 70 or 80 enemies? Now I gotta get models for all that. That's a lot. And then bosses? I have bosses too. And what about NPCs? Pretty soon you have like 100 models required. Huh. That's a lot. So the hubris was insane. It was just like, there was gonna be, oh my gosh. So I actually cut out, there was like 7 major bosses and then a bunch of mini bosses and everything. So it was actually like 14 bosses plus like 3 end bosses. There's gonna be optional bosses, but I had biomes for all of them planned out. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, like, you've been hanging out enough to know it. It's like, that was insane. Oh yeah. At one point there was a mini pop, the Voodoo doll of Poppet. It was spawned by the boss, and then she was going to be like a character that you rescued and things like that. Yeah, and I took that mechanic out because it was awful. It was super unfun. It mostly just meant that occasionally she'd get hit and you get hit for no reason because you couldn't find her in this giant mess. A battle that was way too big. It looked cool for what it was, but I ended up shrinking down the size of that fight because I realized that after all that time, this first floor that well, it's actually the 4th floor that you start on, I hadn't filled up this whole space with stuff. Nothing to do. After all the time, I hadn't even finished potentially the first chapter. And I was running out of things to put in there because I couldn't think of anything else that needed to be there. Then when I had to rearrange all of chapter 2 because of the fact that it was much better spaced out. But it had a bunch of empty rooms in the middle of it. So I ended up shrinking all that down, and it made a big difference for how much of the game was done like that, but the game's probably already going to be like 20 hours long for the average person, because if it's taking me a couple hours and I know where everything is in a Metroidvania, probably gonna take like 5 hours for this chapter, and the second chapter is even bigger. Third chapter is a little smaller than the second chapter, still bigger than the first one. And the fourth chapter is indeterminate in size, though I have a perspective size for it, and it's about the same size as chapter 3. But originally, each chapter was actually going to be about 2 floors. And that's why chapter 2 is so big physically, because I thought it was going to be like that and I'd already designed it all. And it's like, oh well, I'm not taking it away now. A victim of poor design decisions early on is really what happened here. So, you know. But I added all these things in front of me with this dream game that just kept adding time and time and time. And again, time's the important resource here. If I didn't have all those health problems, I think I've lost about 2.5 years to health problems in my game dev journey at this point. It's a lot. I hope to not lose any more. I'll go slower. Better that way. Jesus, it's better that way. But yeah, I going back to all the big long tirade, I just recommend people stick with blueprints. It's just faster. Don't complicate the process. I've heard people actually refactoring their whole game in C++. They're like, well, it was too slow in blueprints. You know, you could code it a way where it's not slow in blueprints and it'd be a lot faster than redoing your whole game in C++. What do I know, you know? Actually, I'll tell you the best advice you can possibly be told. Listen to the people who actually finish the games. I haven't finished a game yet, so a lot of what I've been is like my mistakes. And you can learn from my mistakes, but people who've actually finished the games, do what they do. Be like them. Don't be like me. It's dumb being like me. I think what's happening here is it has a tarot name in there. If I get rid of the tarot name, would it just adopt the damage on here? Poppet has a very different setup of abilities than the enemies in the game. I wish I had been smart enough to make the enemies just based on tarot cards for what abilities they had. You think a game would take like 10 years just to learn and actually do it? I mean, it could easily do that if you're not careful. You should look up a game design document. Like Thomas Brush has a good video for that. In fact, I can find it, where he talks about the mistakes that he made and what he would do different. And he said it a bunch of times, and one of the things he talks about is just a game dev doc where it just goes over the entire outline of what your game is supposed to be and things like that. And man, my game got so organized, and I just was so rudderless before that. And then after that, it was like, oh, okay. I mean, I had a point where I would be finished. I knew what I was doing instead of just building as I went. But 10 years is a long time. And an ad break happens. Okay, well... Might just put this ability in there. I'll continue the thought whenever the ad breaks over. Man, Twitch is too many ads. I wish it never got monetized on Twitch. I did 26. Okay, yeah, that fixed it. So if I give it a name on Patrick, I can actually just keep it all together. And have more damage variance, which is probably better. And the spike ball.
We have 5 variants. I should be able to put everything. I have done so many different systems for this. The ad's done. I don't even know. Twitch is hard to tell if people are even watching. Like, people will be talking and it'll say there's no one watching, and it's like... Yeah, I'm pulling from there like that. Welcome back. Yeah, like... Thomas Brush did a video for like that, and he was talking about what he would do differently. I'm sorry, I can find it. It would do differently. I think it was like a year ago or something was the one. He does one every once in a while. It was a 2 years ago one. I don't know. God, has it been that long? It probably has. Yeah. This one. So share it. Yeah, on that video there, I'll just link it on every one of them just in case people are interested. But 10 years is a long time. And the longer you spend on a game, the more likely you are to fail. A short game, the reason why they recommend shorter games and everything like that is because you'll actually release it. You'll make it. But ask yourself, when was the last time you did something that took you 10 years to do? Have you ever done anything that took you 10 years to do? So quite the commitment. You can only do that so many times in your life before you run out of time to make 10-year commitments. So it's worth noting that the game you release is better than, the worst game you've ever released is better than the best game you never did. These are all things that, nuggets of wisdom that people probably told me early on and I just shunned because I thought I knew better. Spoiler, I did not know better. I didn't know better at all. I'm dumb. Really dumb. Hear me out, I'm dumb. I think he actually is using this thing here. Yeah, I could have put all these inside of the this thing here. But do we want to do that? I mean, I could redo everything. He's summoning minions. Whatever. I'm just gonna stick with what it is. Redoing everything from, from zero doesn't seem that great to me. As long as I do this other part there, it's fine. I just want to keep the various damage numbers near so I don't have to find them, I guess. Yeah, so it should have a damage variance. It should work. Yeah, I mean, I wasted so many years on, other game things that never panned out because I just kept thinking, well, I could do this, it's so much cooler, and I just had no end goal, no plan. I learned a lot during that time, and if you don't really care about your time, if you're just doing it for fun, which is what I was doing, then it doesn't make a big difference, but I would like to release the games that I make. I mean, I had a RPG Maker version of this that was... It had like a few hours content. It was okay. It was more of a Diablo clone. And a Game Jam version of this. I never really released much else though. Because the other project I was making never really came to fruition. And I blew a lot of time on it. In fact, a lot of the assets for it actually got used in this game because I was like, well, I already spent the money. I ain't rich, so yeah. Oh, hit me in the face. Hit me in the face. You hit by 2 of them or 1 of them? I did like 30. We can do 31. This is a variance. That's pretty heavy. Oh, those can break them, huh? That's funny. It's funny, I actually played the demo for Thomas Rush's new game. That's probably actually better for this number here. It was interesting. The fact that he's been working on the game longer than working on this one, though, it's just like, man, this is really not that complicated of a game. Like, what are we doing here? Where's all the time going? That's what you've done, learn from this game. Your next one will be something cool made in the whole time. Yeah, like, one thing I'm going to do is I plan to make more Metroidvanias because I just like them. So I'm going to take the basis of this game, like the underlying code, and, you know, put the other game on top of it, and then just, you know, tweak the code to fit the new game, right? Like, I'll make new abilities and new content, sure. I don't need to make a new system to dictate if a weapon hits the player. I already have all that. I don't need to have a new, like, you know, struct setup so they can, you know, update projectiles to have the damage that is calculated on that. I ain't gotta do that. It's all there. More than happy to remake it with another game on top, another coat of paint. And don't get me wrong, the system will get better. It also wouldn't work necessarily the same either way, because, you know, unless the game's Poppet Quest 2, the other game's probably gonna have different stuff. My goal is actually to make the other game I was gonna make too. So I figured afterwards I would go back to that game and retool it into the Metroidvania I want it to be. And not the weird... That game was a dumpster fire. In so many ways and at so many points, and it kept morphing into things like that. Holy crap. That one was definitely more of an Alice in Wonderland feel to the game for sure. Well, that's not true. It was, originally I thought of it as like an Alice in Wonderland type of thing, even though it wasn't really an Alice in Wonderland story. And then this game basically stole its thunder because it has an Alice in Wonderland feel as well, like a dark one, but you know, take what works, right? And that one had the weird mechanic. It had I actually put the mechanic from that game in there, but I don't have as complicated a version of it at all. Because the other one you could change it up and had lots of abilities for it. But well, I know this has it, so I'll just do it like that. Yeah, the Hermit's her ability. It's where it creates the things behind you and you destroy them. Only she had ones where they were acted like repulsors and attractors and things like that. She could switch the colors and other things like that. This one I just literally just gave her the basic, you know, mechanic to see if it would work. It was kind of fun actually. I thought about it being in the demo, but it doesn't have a terraform ability yet. I've even seen a bunch of streamers that watch make a game together, but everyone's always in different. Yeah. Oh, getting a bunch of streamers to make a game together is like, you might get a few, but it's going to be a disaster because every streamer has this. They all want their game. And nobody wants to work on anyone else's game. And don't get me wrong, if one streamer had a lot of money and just paid the other streamers, it would happen. Sure. For the right amount of money, I'll work on your game. Why not? Sure. Probably doesn't have to be that incredibly large amount unless your game is really lame, in which case maybe it would have to be a lot. But for the most part, it's like, how could we work together when we all want different things? Most of them, almost everyone I've seen in the space has this big, huge game they're dreaming of and no hope of making it. Nothing. Like, they played, you know, their Final Fantasy VII remake or even Dark Souls, like just singular Dark Souls. One person doesn't make Dark Souls. If you use a bunch of assets and you use a pre-made Dark Souls, you know, system, you could make a ghetto Dark Souls. It wouldn't be very polished. It wouldn't have all the cool animations and everything like that. It wouldn't have all the nifty mechanics and stuff, but you could have a ghetto one. It takes forever to make boss fights, by the way. No longer can you use all your, you know, crappy attacks that normal enemies have. They need to have unique mechanics that you program just for that fight. Specialized battle arenas, yeah, it's a thing. So, yeah. Like, I mean, I've watched, Jed's been making all his own models for his game. Gosh, he's remade Sable, his main character, at least 5 times that I've seen. At least. He made models for a whole city, and they look great. Fantastic. But that's not a game. You need something to do. Content. He's got one enemy. I mean, this could have changed. It's been like 6 months. I think I haven't really looked into anything. You know, yeah. That man is a wizard with materials. He knows all kinds of stuff there. Great guy. Super worth watching to learn lots of things. But at the speed he's going for his game, it's never going to get released. He has made the slime game, and he has released a game. So credit to him. He's released a game. I remember Fox was working on his game, and that one was pure delusion, just like what I was doing. I remember when he decided he scrapped this perfectly good single-player system that he showed me for some sort of Final Fantasy VII remake style system, and I was like, yeah, okay. So you're gonna build Final Fantasy VII remake yourself there, huh, buddy? Like, what? I knew it was doing it. I thought people did it. Johnny B's one's pretty cool. He's even said though he needs a whole team. Like, you know, I mean, what he plans is too much for one person. Who else have I talked to specifically? I know the Posians made a game with more systems and things to do in it than anything I've ever seen. It kind of lacks focus because it has so many things, but he wanted it to be almost like his own version of Roblox. So it has like programming in it, and it has like shooters in it and racing in it, and like you name the game type, it's like in there. I can't even list them all because my eyes glaze over because there's so many. I still have to play this game. I have the a key for it. Play the it's not actually released yet. It's like a demo. Hey Sarah, how's it going? We're discussing people's, you know, insane plans. I already said my insane plan. I was going over the various friends I had, like their insane plans. We all collectively realize we're delusional. At least I hope so. I will complete this game. I just keep reducing the size of it so I'm not delusional anymore. Yeah. So it seemed to work just fine, so cool. I fixed that thing. And I understand my system again. I'm fixing Patrick. Well, was fixing Patrick. Now Patrick works. But yeah, it's kind of a big problem. A lot of the streamers will definitely have some delusional ideas. I think one person you should probably like tech for actually finishing projects. Like Hypnotic finishes projects all the time. Like we should all pay attention to Hypnotic and his ability to finish a project. I mean, you know, he puts them on Steam. I haven't really ever played any of them. I don't know how, like, you know, complete they are. But does it matter? At least he releases his games. Who else have we... I don't know. Almost everyone I've talked about so far wants to make this huge open world RPG. Johnny doesn't though. I really like the concept of his game a lot, but you know, it's that whole Victorian steampunk, so I'm automatically a sucker for that. Yeah, that's true. I like to check up on the progress and things like that. I also want to steal all the dresses from his game for my character. True. Steal all the dresses. That'd be mine. Oh yeah, I made these rotate now and they just float their little floating crystals. I also want his cat monster. It's very cool. It's the only monster he has. It's very cool though, and I like his monster very much. Yeah, the system behind his game is so unique and interesting that, you know, I'm definitely going to play his game whenever he actually releases it, though it seems like that I have years to go. But he might have gotten farther along. It has been a bunch of time, and I haven't had time to check up on it, because he rated me like the last, yesterday, and he was saying that he had only needed like 1 or 2 more rooms left for his dungeon randomizer. So he might be way farther along than when I last saw, for sure. Is he playing another ad? Alright, so what to work on next? I was fixing Patrick, because that was important. All the broken crap in his thing. Everything seems to work fine. Yeah, he is? Nice. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that one. I'll definitely give it a play. Maybe on stream, depending upon that. I don't usually play games on stream, but yeah, I might start doing that for funsies. These are some things I might want to add. I'm gonna take a quick bio break since it's running an ad thing like that. Mostly I just need to use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. Don't need the whole team to complete the vision? Yeah. That's what he was saying when I last heard. I'll be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Had to fix the little mat too because it was driving me nuts. I'm like, not about the green screen. Just a little bit off. I was like, I hate it. I hate everything about it. Okay, I'm gonna make an executive decision that I'm gonna swap this out, even though I think the other ability is more interesting. It's not ready for what it is, so I'm gonna move it over here and just put Temperance back in as the voice of champions for this one. Because, you know, it gots to be, for sure. It's weird that this one's like so high up there. I don't understand why it would even need to ever be up there. They'd be in south for sure. I mean, lots of people do. That's pretty much the big problem that we encounter. Like, everyone and their grandmother wants to make this open world game, except for one big problem. Yeah, you can easily make a giant open world space. That's not the challenge. The problem is filling it with content. Content's what takes forever. That's what makes your game work or not. And, you know, a lot of people, they just make a big open space and it's like, cool, great, what were you going to do with all that anyway? I'm not sure this one should be in here. But it needs a home, so it might as well be there. Yeah, exactly. There's basically thousands of assets in this game already. Imagine if I just took one day to make each asset. Hey man, maybe I made 3 assets in a day. Somehow I made all the enemies and everything like that. Just 3 of them in a day. Sure, why not? So it's almost a year to just make the assets for the game. Now, the reality is there's no way I'm making all those character models in, you know, 3 a day or anything like that. I'll be lucky to make 1 of them in a week. They take forever. They're huge. They're ridiculous. It's not happening. So it's like, about that. This seems like a terrible plan. But yeah, take whatever game you want to make, and then ask yourself, what are you going to need in that game? How many enemies? How many NPCs? How many bosses? How many dungeons? How many towns? How many interesting locations? Everyone and their grandmother basically wants to make Skyrim, essentially, is what I've decided. Skyrim by another name, as always the case. But the issue with that is Skyrim was made by a team of hundreds over, like, 7 years or something, so, you know. What? Exactly, it's so easy to overscope. And then there's the whole polishing phase, where you have to actually make all your stuff actually, you know, work. Like, you gotta make it like it's nice. You can't just make, you know, crap. You gotta add in all the particles and, like, the screen shape and, you know, sound effects and all the stuff to make your game feel alive. So you're gonna be... yeah. You're gonna be spending a long time. I think my if you really want to, you know, show yourself what it's really like, make the first half an hour of the dream game you want. Just half an hour, just to start. Like up to like your first boss. Make it. And when you're happy with that, how long did it take you? And how many more times are you gonna have to do that to complete your game? Which, yeah, exactly. I mean, I did meet a guy, a streamer who, like 20 plus years ago, he made his own MMO. And he's been working on it for 20 years plus. And it's a game that people pay for. It's been public and played. He's been updating like that. I mean, it's very real. He's shown me. It is very real. And he's remaking an Unreal Engine. I don't know why you would remake it at that point. It already is there. And people do it. It's supported by Patreon, things like that, you know. He's the only person I've ever seen succeed at that. And, you know, his game was closer to RuneScape and how it looked. So, you know, it's not like some AAA MMO or anything like that, you know. But that's the thing, is, you know, just, you're one person, and you're only going to be able to do what one person can do. And even, actually, one of the things I used to tell people was to take whichever game you inspired you. I don't care what game it is, pick one. Go watch the credits. Right? You don't think you can do that? Yeah. Go watch the credits and count every single person who was involved in making that game. Every single one. And then at the end, ask yourself, are you equal to that many people? Right? Let's say you're equal to 3 of them. One of the games that inspired the look and feel of this game, not the gameplay, but the feel of the game overall, that was Dallas Madness Returns. There are 111 people in the credits of that game, by the way. 111. Huh. Totally make that. What you're talking about? I'm worth 111 industry professionals, aren't you? Right? Anyone? They can close? Maybe 0.5? Yeah, exactly. It's just like, you're not even trained, and so many people show up thinking they can make this game, and it's like, because they managed to make a prototype from a tutorial, it was like, prototype tutorial has like no content. Maybe it has like a couple enemies and a boss. Doesn't have level design, has nothing, doesn't have a story, doesn't got nothing. It's funny to watch. But I mean, I've been guilty of this too, so you know, the pot calling the kettle black on this one, for sure. I happily preach my peak delusion to the masses, for anyone who wants to hear. I've done a lot of dumb. Other people might as well learn from my dumb. I'm sure I'll do a lot more dumb before they're all said and done. For sure. I don't think this card needs to be visible from every other room, but I think this top thing might need to be visible from the control room. Maybe from Creepy Curios. I remember I was telling TX that if you don't like making games, like if that was never your dream, just pay someone to make the game you want. It's much better. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to do the dumb so you don't have to. I really should just make a video, just, you know, the bucket of water on your dreams kind of thing like that. I'm just dousing dreams so you understand what you're really getting into, like the truth behind game dev, what you really should expect. The level of, it should be a delusion video. It might be a really funny video to make where you just talk about people's delusion levels. Not naming names, but just like, oh, this is what we're talking about here. Just literally, you know, just do that. Just make it a thing. I'm gonna update my dev menu to only include the stuff you can actually get. I'm coming to my senses here on not including abilities that aren't finished in my demo. Even though this ability may or may not make it to the final demo, I might make it to the final game in this location, it's ready to go. And I need a demo to get people to want to
you know, wish listed.
Was it course for the Steam outcome? Yeah.
Aren't we all?
A great video.
You know, maybe I should. I never wanted to be a content creator at all. I just started streaming because I wanted people to chat with while I was working on this. And also, my health always makes it pretty hard to be a content creator. Really should be making videos, even though the problem with that is then I'm not making my game. It takes time to make videos, then you're not making a game. But yeah, I probably should just be that because you basically need to build a following anyway. So you basically have to become a content creator or have a publisher that advertises for you, or be rich. If you're rich, you can just pay people to advertise for you. That's your best bets, because otherwise, like, maybe you get a game that goes viral, but the odds of that aren't high. It's like winning a lottery. I wouldn't aim for that.
5 levels of game dev delusion.
Yeah. Pretty much. I'll make a note of all this. Exactly. I mean, you got to build that up. Like, I don't even have enough people to get ad revenue on YouTube yet. Like, I haven't even got to 1,000 subs on it yet. Like, if everybody, let's say I sold my game for 20 bucks. If everybody who followed me, who subbed to me on YouTube, bought the game would be a failure. I'd have spent like multiple years on a game. Like, I would have been making like 6,000 a year or something stupid. It would have like be terrible. We're not going to talk about the hourly rate, okay? And that's before Steam takes its cut, where they eat like 30%.
Yeah, okay. I don't remember exactly what you said earlier when you were talking about some other people's games. I think you mentioned about 5 different reasons. You can remember, like,
Yeah. Sure, I can look back at the VOD. The VODs stay forever on YouTube, so I can live my best thug life for sure. Yeah. I don't know. I have many versions of the discussion. I should get together all my stuff like that and just explain it, make the delusion video. Other people have made videos like that too, I guess, sort of. I don't know if that's true, but I'm sure they have their own version of, man, I was dumb. The man I was dumb video. Maybe. I think one thing that would be nice is having a project that has a finishing time. Like something that is like, you know, within the foreseeable future. Right now, I mean, I lost 6 months. I was expecting the game to potentially, you know, the demo to be good to go by next fall. And now?
yeah, right. So it's really important like this. It's a real thing. Yeah.
Maybe they say also once we tell your own story, like, helps out a lot too. You know, it gets people more interested. Of course, you'll never make any real money off YouTube, so it's kind of not great for sure. So I'll put this here. That should be good. Then I don't have to worry about making the setting like that. Going, sure. Stupid ads. guess I made a little bit off Twitch. I think I made about $600 off Twitch. Did I ever fix that trigger issue? I might have. I didn't go down to my list and just get things working. Okay, I did fix that, right? Like, you guys have about Netflix releasing a video game called Unhinged. Interesting. Nice. Netflix has disgusting amount of money. Disgusting. Oh my god. So much money. I'm so glad I added this extra little metal thing under there. That's an extra cool step. So I'm not triggering that. That's good. That's fixed. I might do a playthrough of the game as it stands. I need to really go through and just organize out like where the story is going to be. Just have story room and then just say story happens here, and then story happens here. Just like block those out a lot more and just finalize things instead of keep adding stuff to the rooms to make them nicer. Because the demo needs to be really good. So the pump room had issues with the cube spawn, so I'm going to fix all the bugs from the last playtest. I didn't do this playtest on stream, so I went and playtested the game to remind myself what it is I need to do, like to really get back into understanding the game. Oh, okay. It says you're back. I guess I don't know if you caught any what I was saying. I guess I thought you were back when you said the Netflix thing. I did say Netflix had a bunch of money, so it's not surprising that they're releasing games. I don't know if I like that location for those. Maybe I'll pimp out my dev menu. One day I'll make that ability actually good. Okay, so I fixed that problem there, and I guess the cubes can go where they're at. I don't know if I like the cube locations in this room or not. I want to move them a bit. Yeah, well, it's more of I just need to finalize what I already have. That's kind of the important thing there. I just haven't, like, I keep improving the rooms. But what I plan to do for this is already pretty set in stone, so that's true. It's only 46, so let's shrink it down to 10 and see where it's at, really. Yeah, this doesn't really fit the room very well. I'm seeing that now. A lot of these room infos got messed up because I rotated everything and it just kind of turned into a dumpster fire. Maybe 24 was good. 22? 23 probably should get it about where it needs to be. In that direction, and then in this direction we need to move out some. $44. My game dev doc is actually not even accurate anymore. I've added a bunch since then and changed things around. It just really helped get the thing started where it needed to be. But I don't go back to my game dev doc, and if there's like a change that happens in it, I don't go back and change it in the game dev doc. I just, you know, leave it as it is and move on. Because there's not much point in rewriting it there. Unless I really, for some reason, want to. But, spoiler, I really don't want to do that. Hey, what is that one? Must be from something else. And I think I had this at 46 for some reason. Is that too big? Seems really big. I don't know why it needs to be that big. 44 maybe? Yeah. About right. Funny because I had multiple versions of it, and I kept reworking the game to be more possible. When I first started streaming on Twitch is when I did the big switch to the in the city version. For sure. Like I went from that dilapidated place because I didn't have the assets to make it happen. There was not enough assets in existence, and I couldn't have made it all in time, so I just had to accept that this was not going to be. I guess I moved this over here. I think it's supposed to be over here. Crazy. If you want to keep around and talk about things, dude, should be some reason. There's just not much point. Like, say, I already kind of have the game built, so I would literally just be writing a document about what's already in the game. It just helped get things straight for like that. And I mean, yeah, I've been kind of going back through, and I have big things split apart in chapters for where locations are and stuff and everything. But it was more just I would hand this document to someone and be like, yeah, this is the idea of what I was making. Of course, it's like, say, completely off now and revealing things that just, I didn't see much reason to go back and fix it. It was... And having an AI write it doesn't help at all. Like, why would I have an AI write it? Because then the AI, you know, would put it in its own words like that, and I'd have to tell it what I needed it to write. Why don't I just write it? Right, what it is I need there. It's not like it needs to be this perfect thing there. It's like notes. Like, yeah, let me grab it. It's a complete hodgepodge mess. Just describing what the game idea was, some character designs. I actually kept these designs. I did not keep Poppet's initial design. I kind of kept it. She's not all black now because she couldn't see her. Characters, Voodoo was going to look different, but it looked terrible in the game. Callie kept her look. Sorted characters. I mean, I don't even have many Poppet here anymore. Enemies that probably aren't going to make it, you know, various cardboard enemies. They might still, but doubt it. A cardboard dragon. Is it a dilapidated place? Mechanics, I wrote down things like that. This was originally a giant lollipop, you know. I didn't even write all that. I just put it in there in case I was going to have it. These ideas were way off for what they eventually became, but that's cool. It doesn't matter. I like how it keeps moving them off there. Whatever. Every time I adjust it, the pictures are a little bit off. Sort of things like that. Original elixir places, things like that. Well, that was the original, but you know. The painting world that's no longer there. The original carnival room. Which is... This is not the original one. This is actually from when I'd already moved it over to the building. Let's say this, the original one. I might have some of the original artwork here. The original magician room. Yeah, here's some of the original stuff from the dilapidated place where it's just crap everywhere. And you were just moving around because all the garbage. This is a very different looking game for Lollipop. I think the devil was actually the first one of the tarot cards I made, by the way. Fort's made out of buckets and things. I had the bucket for it. It just didn't really work as well as I wanted it to. For sure. Yeah, lots of things like that that just, yeah, threw it all out. This was all actually, the first 2 hours of the game have now occupied the same space as what you're seeing in these, by the way. Original voodoo room. Hard to even see. Can't even zoom the pictures at all of these things, so sucks. Oh yeah, there was going to be a giant outdoor area. Like you can see the, just to get how big this was, like you can see the size of what would become the 4th floor of the building. And this is like a full length of it, and then just imagine it was the same length out there, so like out to about here. And then they had the Moonlit Garden. It was originally this big, huge area out here. It was like a back area that's like a little nature type area for it. Metroidvania content doesn't work in this type of thing, by the way. It doesn't. It just doesn't. There's nothing to really platform up to. It doesn't work at all. It was so big. This was like, I actually made a bunch of this stuff that it just never worked out. Yeah, you can't even see the full building. I can probably find the building like that. You could see what the Moonlit Garden looked like, where I made the magician thing like that. I made the High Priestess too, even though it was originally the moon. Oliver's still in the game. Originally, Sally was gonna have a ship in a bottle. Never happened. Sally was the second boss. Anna, I'm not using that model for Anna anymore. Talking about areas, yeah, like this stuff. I'm not gonna show off all the stuff though, because some of the stuff I don't want to show on screen yet. I can show some more, but I think, well, I can scroll for a while. Originally, I was gonna have a battle on the rooftop. I had a whole glass section on the rooftop. This was later, and I just literally tossed it in here approximately what it was gonna be. For some ritual thing that isn't gonna happen anymore. Some hidden underground area. We're not gonna show the Choice of Damnations thing. I did keep the Choice of Damnation stuff. Yes, I did. The final chapter stuff I most certainly kept. And I do not wish to showcase that yet. I am scaling it down. What are you talking about? This was exactly what I'm doing. Scaling it down. Right? That's what I'm doing. Like, ah. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, wait. That's in the game dev doc. Yeah. Yeah. What's this? The problem was there weren't the assets to make it happen. A lot of things just didn't work very well. Yeah, this was the original second floor of the East Wing. And there's this huge section out there like that. But yeah, this was before I flipped it over. I took this entire thing and plopped it on top of the building. It was originally actually floor 5. Then I moved down to floor 4. With all kinds of tunnels through all these things like that. It took about 36 minutes to beat or something. The garden is basically the safari room, right? And like some of the other rooms, like the hidden grotto. And there's like, there's like lots of little garden areas in the second area that kind of fit that whole thing there. It's not like a big old huge outside thing because it's in a city now. But I moved this onto there and then I kind of tweaked things and changed stuff. I didn't really keep hardly any of that crap. I don't know if I have any other pictures of it. Some of the old videos actually have screenshots of it and everything to see what things were like. Oh yeah. At one point in the Moonlit Grotto, I actually made a bucket that you could push on the sides to move it around through the water. The bucket fort. I was very proud of it at the time. I later gave it a sail, like a mast and everything like that too. It wasn't very good gameplay wise, but it was funny. I enjoyed it. Old pictures, man. There was gonna be a battle arena too, but I took it out. I mean, I probably put a couple years into this version, but I've taken big breaks in between due to health problems, which keep ruining me over and over and over. For sure. For sure. See if I had old pictures of things. I have so many old pictures along the way, but a lot of them are of the newer stuff, not the really old stuff. I didn't keep a lot of the old stuff. I just had the videos on YouTube to pretty much just show that that's where it was. This stuff? No. I don't know. I'd have to look through all my crap to see what I did with that most of it. I mean, everyone wants you to work on the game. Hell, you want to work on, most people are like, oh, can you work on my game for free? Don't worry, I'll give you a cut of the profits. Yeah, about that. First off, most games don't make any profit. Second of all, there's no guarantee they're gonna pay you. My school and play testing. Oh. Just be like, yeah, this is how much I charge. What do you need done? Like, just do it like a freelancer. Yeah, these are better now. They're not stuck in things. That's all that mattered. That's fixing also in the demo, therefore must be fixed. I also fixed this bug too. Did I fix this bug? That's a good question. I might not have fixed that bug. Oops. Where's the game at? Well, it didn't say it loaded the Moonlit Garden, right? I'm gonna jump at the wall and see if it loads the Moonlit Garden. Might have fixed some of these bugs already. I can't remember. You know, things like how to rotate actors. You know, listen, maybe they want to do that. No, it still doesn't Moonlit Garden. Maybe they want you to learn using their stuff. Moonlit Garden. I see. Is that the one I want? I don't think that's the one I want. This is the one that's the problem child. Like that's a big one over here though. That's not the one I'm looking for. The thing is, if you did blueprints, you'd already have it all figured out. It's funny. Like, there's so little much less you have to do. Okay, what am I doing? I can do this. That's this one down here. And that one looks fine? Is it fine? It is not fine. It goes into this room. I don't know why they're all suddenly a little bit off. It's so annoying. Maybe it's not that far off, as long as it's... No, it looks off. Another ad? What? Twitch, you're killing me here, jeez. You gotta fix all these stupid infos that are pushing the rooms before you go into the next thing. Yeah, like you shouldn't be in the Moonlit Garden here. It messes with the thingy. Alright, so the plan as I see it maybe remove a couple from this one here until it fits. Normally 31, we'll do 10 so I can get an idea where it's at temporarily, but then it's another 31 later. Very close. 45. I basically want it to be about inside the door. That's pretty much where it is, so that's fine. And then you want to extend this one a bit here. And then where's the blueprints? I'm gonna do hello world. That's weird. Maybe I should do some like tutorial videos. I would say I shouldn't bother because I don't know how many people even care. There's so many tutorials already, but maybe I should. do wonder a bit. I don't know if I wanted this to be like that. I think I would kind of feel more in between. Maybe I just move it anyway. Okay, nav mesh doesn't need to exist. Every once in a while I do brief little tutorials on, you know, how to do things. Maybe. I mean, let's say I make a quick actor. We'll do new blueprint class here. Yeah. And, well, if you do an actor, then you can't use things like launch and everything like that, but, you know. Fine, we'll do this like this. So, BP test. Actor, sure. And we're gonna open it up by just clicking it, sure. I'll do a quick explainer here like that. The thing to remember is that event begin play will run at the very start. So whatever code you put there, like if I put this in the world, it's gonna run its thing. So we'll do something simple first. First, we're gonna add a thing, and by clicking add, you add all these other little components to it. And we're gonna pick something simple. We're just gonna add, you know, I mean, a static mesh is probably the most useful. You type static mesh, it's easier. Add a static mesh. Cool. And this will let you use any static mesh you got. Whatever you like. I'm gonna go to one of my 9 million static meshes that I have hidden cleverly right. I don't remember where I had my stamp in the environment stuff here. Yeah. Oh, magical. So what I got? Magical there. Meshes in here. What do we got? We got props. What do we got? Candles maybe? I don't know. Mushroom hat. Whatever. We'll use this weird chandelier thing, I guess. Now this deco thing, whatever it is. I don't care. So we're gonna drag this thing over here. You just drag it where the mesh is. Compile and save things. If you click on viewport, you can see where it is. You can also just drag this into the world. Like, let's go to where our little blueprint is here. So let's do that. Put it out in the world. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could. It'd be right here. Now it exists in the world. That's great. Cool. We'll show it exists in the world. It's not in any of my complicated systems, but I can jump on it. It's fine. It has weird collision, but I don't think they intended anyone to use it as a stepping stone. It is kind of a cool stepping stone, though. It's got chains. I kind of like it in an awkward sort of way. In fact, I'm going to probably put little glowing orbs on it and have it float around. So, there's that. Right. Now, I'm also going to do one other thing real quick. I'm going to fix this thing real fast. It was like 36? Good. So the world loads. Okay, now, inside this fine blueprint, we're going to drag off event replay. I'll teach you the first thing you can learn. There's this thing called the delay node. This will make it wait however long to do something. Yeah, it's good. Don't worry about it. You'll need this node along the way just for funsies. And what we're gonna do is make a custom event. Name this whatever you want. We'll call this Floaty thing, sure. I don't know, I'm just doing this so I can. And now when you do this, you make a custom event, you can then call that custom whenever you want. You just think, I can call floaty thing. It's now a thing that exists, that there's a function called floaty thing. When I run this, you know, thing called floaty thing, it will then run this event. That's all it does. I'll teach you a fun looping event thing. This is often how I do things like that. I don't need the delay here, but I'm going to want this delay over here. So I'm going to snag this delay and yank it out of here. You'll see why I want this delay in a second. All right. And I'm going to... We'll get location... What do I want to do with this? Oh, no, I can, set actor rotation. Sure. This node just does this like that. You can also, any, like, thing over here you can set, like, I can set the actor transform. I can be like, and the actor is just the whole thing. So, set actor transform. You'll see it appears over here as an option. You want to do that instead. You can call anything here. If it's got a thing like that, you can call it. You can set simulate physics. You can set, there's a node for that. I so you just drag off and type whatever. But for this point, we're just going to set actor rotation. And the new rotation, we're going to just, we'll move it, better yet. We want to keep adding to it. So we're going to get the actor rotation. You can get the current actor's rotation. If there's a stat over here, get followed by the name will get whatever it is. And I'm gonna add to it. Am I gonna add to it? I'm gonna split it. If you right click one of these pins here, you can split it. This is important because I'd like to just add to one of these things like that. So I'm gonna add here. I guess I could do it the other order just because it's cleaner looking. Add cleaner. We're gonna add 5. I'm gonna split this one too. Yay! Then I connect it up, right? Because I want to connect the Z. So I'm adding basically 5 to the Z. And then I'm just gonna drag these here. Connect them up. And then I'm gonna run this floaty thing again. And what this will do, I do this all the time. So this is a very useful thing here, the looping event. So as soon as the event begin play happens, as soon as the game starts, it's going to run floaty thing. Floaty thing is going to go, okay, I'm going to wait 0.2 seconds. I'm going to take the actor rotation, add 5 to the Z, set the actor rotation again, and then run myself again. Where it goes back here, it waits 0.2 seconds, and then does it over and over and over. This is a simple way to rotate it and... And look, yeah, it's ticking like a clock. Every 0.2 seconds, it's rotating 5 on the Z. Now there's a component that would do this too. So it'll do that forever because it's a looping event, essentially. I just created a loop. I mean, that's all it is, just a loop. If that makes sense. But I can also, you know, go set actor location, right? So, the actor location. I can do them both as this, and one thing if I want, but I'm splitting apart just for purposes of showing you. And because you can get an actor location, because you can set an actor location, you can also get an actor location too, right? And you'll notice in these, it's just saying self. If I gave it like the player character, then it would get that location of the player. And the question is, where would I like to put this thing? That's a good question. And you can split it if you want. You can also add a vector, but we'll just split it so you can see that you can just, you know, get simple floats to work with. Z would move it up and down. So Let's just add, you know, pain to Z. Just make it go up by 10. And it would do it infinitely here. But that's not very fun. We don't want that. What we're also going to do is at the start of this thing here, we're going to get the active location one other time. Before we run our floaty thing way back here, I'm going to drag off this and you can promote it to a variable. You can do that with any drag off thing for the most part, except for, you know, one of these. Obviously an execute doesn't, but we'll call this starting Z. We're gonna get more complicated here just for fun. Just to show you things you can do with stuff. It's just off the cuff. So I'm gonna take this here. Well, first we'll show you what happens with this before I do any other complicated stuff here. I've saved the initial starting one there, but I'm just gonna add to it 10 indefinitely. So you're gonna watch it basically go up forever. I'm gonna go. Yeah, it rotates and goes up. Oh, come back! Oh no! Yeah, why? It'll never stop. It'll eventually just hit the ceiling, and that's just the end of that. And so we're gonna take this here, and we're gonna be like, we're gonna make a branch. So you can drag off these things, and like if you hold B while dragging, it creates a branch. A branch is basically an if statement. Basically, if the condition is true, then it'll do the code off this one, and if the condition is false, it'll do the code off this one. So we're gonna have, for a condition false, we're gonna do this here, and I'm gonna connect this up here. So I need to set up a true false concept here like that. So I'm gonna do some math here like that. So we're gonna take this starting Z here. Any variable you've made, you can just drag out of here. When I promoted it up here, it appears down here. You could also right click and then get starting Z. You get the idea. Yeah, both are options, both work. You can also set it too. Set starting Z. If I get it, it just grabs the value that it is. If I set it, it means that's the new value. So there's like that. And we'll say that, let's do it up here first. Starting Z, and we're gonna get active location here. Like this, and if this is greater than, or actually no, well, less than or equal. We're fine. What is less than? I'm going to subtractive version. This is not the best way to do this. I was just making something up off the top of my head. It's the best way. You can do it a lot of ways. So I'm going to take the starting Z and I'm going to subtract this number here. We're going to do some complicated math here. We'll absolute it. Absolute just makes it, you know, a positive thing. It's just simple math absolute, nothing special. And if that is, if the difference is greater than 50, we'll do 100 actually. Greater than 100. Or less than 100. Do that. If not, I'm going to take the initial location here. Connect these up. But I'm going to connect up the starting Z. This is just math here, but... And I'll connect this to the true. And then I'm still going to make floaty thing happen again, because I still want it to continue looping. So basically what I'm telling it now is, hey, add 10 to it over and over and over. But only do that if it's, you know, less than 100, the difference between the start and the other thing. If it's not, then put it back to where the start was and then start doing it again. This will make it go all the way up and then teleport back down, then go all the way up and then teleport back down. Start getting the idea. Essentially, you're just following a chain of logic. Just assume it's like an electrical wire that's just going through the things like that. You're just channeling the wire places. Gonna go up ever so slowly. Should go up. Did I do my math wrong? I might have done my math wrong. it backwards. Greater than 100. Okay, I did my math wrong. What do you want? Public education, folks, in the U.S. is terrible. Just thought I'd point that out to you. You may continue. And look, it goes up, and it goes back down. It's like up, over 100, back down, over 100, back down. Whee! And if I increase the number to something larger, then, you know, it would go up higher. You can also change these numbers so that they're a little smoother. Like maybe this is 0.1, or actually 0.01 or something. You have to have a time here or it goes infinite and then it doesn't work very well. We just add like 1 per instead, or 10, 1 per. And instead here, we can do a simple flip instead. We can change this out even more to make it more interesting. Of course we'll do this, and this will make it smoother. I'll make the numbers, this will make it larger number. Just less time so it triggers more often, and then adding 1 instead of 10. Smaller numbers, smoother movement. And you could, you know, there's a lot of things you could do. You can make it just follow a spline thing and it would do all sorts of weird stuff. See how much smoother it is now? I told it to go up higher, so it'll go higher like that. Do 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 do. Back down again. But that looks terrible, right? Because it's just teleports. Why would you do that? So we're gonna do nothing here. We're gonna make a boolean. You can just put plus on these to make a variable if you want. It'll default to boolean. You can of course change it by just changing it to other types of things up here, whatever you like. We'll make this one called going up. And this boolean is just a true false, just yes or no. We're gonna drag this out here. We're gonna have 2 different things here. So actually, let's make it going down. I like that better because it's already going to default going up. So we'll go down first. So if it's going down or not, sure. So it's not normally going down, and I'm not going to set it yet. So we'll get the one there and make a branch. So if going down is true, let's move it back here. If it's false, we'll make it go up. And then what we're going to do here is if this becomes true, we're going to make going down say, hey, listen, it's true now. And then we'll set this here. What this logic does now is says, hey, are we going down? No? Okay, then take your current value here, the starting z, subtract it from this, and check if it's greater than 2, and if not, add 1, and keep doing it, and just loop. Set the active location, and do it again. If not, we're going to set this to going down. And then, way back here, when it loops around next time, it's going to be like, and we're going down, and if it finds it's true, we're going to take the actual starting location here, and we're going to subtract 1. Right? We're just going to do the opposite. We're just making it go up and down. If that helps. Let's I can give more space here so you see. So we'll set the new location Z here. We're not going to set back to the starting Z anymore. But we're basically going to copy a lot of this code. So we're going to drag things over here. We'll just, you can drag over everything and then move it this way. Everything you've dragged. So let's take all the same thing here, drag this back some here, I guess. In this case, we're gonna starting Z probably copy paste a bunch of stuff here. As long as this one is less than 200, right? We'll say less than 1. So it should go back to where it was originally at. We make another branch. Yay! Let's see anymore. If it's less than 1, we're going to connect up here on the true side. This is a complicated way to make a thing go up and down. There's way easier ways to do this, but it's just an example to use lots of nodes for whatever reason. So if this is a if this is true, continue. If false, we're going to set going down back to false. And then connect this up here. Everything has to go back to the floaty thing, right? This should make it go up and down. Unless I botched something. Right. Yay! We're going up. And it goes back down slowly. Yay! Kinda. Are you going back down? That buck? I might have botched it. I think I botched it. It should just be greater than 1. Listen, man. It's 5:09 a.m. It's my explanation for why my math sucks. Sucks anyway, who am I kidding? But basically what I'm doing is just looping an event and just saying, hey man, if it's like larger than this amount, then I want it to go back down, and if it's like not larger than this amount, I want it to go up. And I just want to keep doing that like that. That's all it's supposed to do. It goes back down. We back up we go. Rotation kind of makes it sickening. I have no idea if any of that was interesting or not. That's an overly complicated way to make a platform. Yay! It goes up and down. You can feed it any location you want. I was just moving it along basically by adding numbers to it, based on its starting location. If you're even still watching. If not, I understand. Tutorials are dull. But now I have an idea. Do I want it to be a platform or a contraption enemy? Could be an enemy that you could hop on. I should probably make simpler tutorials instead of off the cuff. I should do a character launcher or a distance check or something. Less math. Where is this enemy at? Because I could have the little void contraption thingy and like a face on it and it floats around. But do I want them to be platforms? don't want to be platforms. They'd have to sit in a specific area. It could be a platform that deploys a spike. It's like an enemy that just moves up and down and it deploys a spike or something, but then you'd be able to jump on it to get to places you shouldn't. Hey Shinikan, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. I was explaining a tutorial for someone, then I was going to turn to an enemy because I was like, this might be an interesting idea. I said I can showcase the game. Which I suppose I could do. I'll do that real fast. I'll showcase game stuff. Let me drop myself a nav mesh. What kind of game are you making? Or do you make games, or what do you do? Inquiring minds would like to know. Make small arcade games? Nice, nice. Do you like release them on itch? Do you put them on Steam? Or what do you do with them? Behind enough to get the job done. Good enough. You have like an itch.io page on primary mobile? Oh, nice. Wait, people actually release games? I don't know about that. That's weird. This whole releasing game thing has... I don't know about that. We don't need no stinking game releases around here. Oh, they're friggin' weird. I'm releasing games. You act like this is, you know, the goal here, not to just waste an inordinate amount of time on doing absolutely nothing and pretending like we're game devs. Jeez. I'll do a quick thing. Show off what I'm doing. The game's still there's about 3 hours of content, though I did rotate the whole building, so I've caused a bunch of errors in the game. Then fix it. The game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll. He's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is kind of like a theme park in a building where all the toys come to life at night. Well, most of the toys come to life at night because of a curse on the building. And that includes you. This is Poppet, the main character, like that. She uses tarot cards for abilities. Those guys shouldn't be spawning there, but don't worry about it. Fine. I'll get a tarot card real fast to show off that she does these things.
I should probably equip that poster card. Yeah, I can't believe I said that either. But that's the life I lead now. Open up the
So this is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. It makes friends with things. The game runs much better when I'm not streaming and running Unreal Engine on top of it. It gets like, you know, 70 to 90 FPS on my 1060, but when I'm streaming and running an Unreal Engine, I'm happy if it gets 30. Don't question it. I'm happy if it gets 30. Fine. I'm also wondering why certain things aren't loading, but, you know, listen. Fine. Don't worry about it. Speaking of things that loaded late. Enemies gonna spawn? Oh, good. So the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you may use up. This is our dodging. If you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is what powers all the toys. So I'll stand in the darkness for a bit and lower sanity. This room has a lot of lights, so try to be nice to players. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Don't worry, there's like 44 different abilities in the game, and I'll show you some of those. I just wanted the sanity to go up so you could see the sanity effect. Well, insanity effect, I should say. So you can tell that you're losing your sanity. You can jump through these. They're not real. You can just run through them. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse wins and you die. So that's not good. Or it just takes you over, so the game is over. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, and curse power is a lot of your abilities later on, so it's helpful. Right now, it doesn't really power very much. Get this key for no apparent reason. Can't use it yet. She needs an ability to use the keys, because doors are really tall. He is very tiny. Doors are big. You have a tarot form, which is basically like it unlocks the super abilities of tarot cards that you can enter any time. It drains your curse to do it while you're in it. As you can see, it's just eating away at the curse. In the darkness, you gain curse though, so it's not eating that fast. In this case, it makes the full hammer grow huge and do way more damage. You can see it grow back to smaller. Not that much smaller. Snooze an ad that's, you know how Twitch is. They're like, someone raided, quick, immediately play an ad. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks. Parkour stuff, very important. And it'll be like, 12 minutes unskippable, who knows what, All about the perfect, knitting needles to use inside of, your car while, streaming on Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. Some bizarre ad where you're like, but why? And they'll be like, but why not? And I'll be like, okay, you've won this war. You've won this day. You got me on this one, I believe. So, there's other tarot cards like that. The Magician's hidden in here. They make weird things. It's a steampunk game, so, you're wondering why there's weird steampunky things. That's why. On a bit of a trip here. Some walls can be passed through. You vanish in and out. Why not? Apparently the button I need to unlock that thing is over here. I'm phasing through the thing a little bit. Right. Now we get access to the next fun toy. This is the Magician. It's basically telekinesis. You can manipulate small objects. You can pick them up and drop them places. Or if you're in terraform, it will throw them. Like a weapon. But more importantly, it lets you manipulate the environment too. It's like you manipulate drawers, cupboards, lights, windows, door handles. I have a key. Boing, boing. Get my sanity back before I do this. In the upper left corner it says if you're in the light or not, so easy indicator. So it's a steampunk game, and you can come out here and look at the city if you want. You can't leave the building. The curse is on the building. You can, however, decide to suicide off the building if it amuses you. That you will just die. I mean, there's nothing to power you out there, so you'll just fall lifeless. But apparently that light is not working right now. I need to fix that. Good to know. Oh, there's 2 cubes there. I just added a cube puzzle to this room. Okay, I can't carry it underneath there, but I can throw it through there. Do 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 do. Oh, don't throw it off. Can I pull it from this far? I might be able to. Sure can. Whee! Oh, there's 2 cubes there. Well, I did just add these in here, so I guess I spawned a cube on top of having a cube already there. I don't know. Sure. Sounds like something I would do.
You're going the wrong way.
I didn't grab the magician key, so I gotta go this way. If you have a key, you can just open a door. I grabbed the key for that door down there, but I didn't grab that door key, so unless I want to run all the way back around, I do not wish to go that way. Whee. You gain levels in the game by finding tarot cards. I guess there's an ad break going. Well, for those who don't have Twitch Prime, I guess? Or is it Twitch Turbo? Yeah, Twitch Turbo, there we go. The map of the game. They mention it in this room. I should probably use it. Who uses maps? That's weird. Can I have my hammer back? I had to run the gameplay test anyway to see where I was at anyway for the demo. It takes like 36 minutes or so to get everything in the demo. If you know where you're going. These enemies actually emit light. You can't gain curse back, which starts to matter later on. Doesn't matter so much in this room. Well, thanks for the follow. Hell yeah. Plus one person who likes dolls killing each other in Mortal Kombat. Yes. That's the toy maze. The demo includes 4 of the tarot card abilities, I think. Well, you get 4 of the tarot cards and effectively gives you 8 abilities, I should say. Is there a place oh, I can go down here. I was like, can I not get out of there? Oh, sneaky way in. I don't know if this is a good way to go. It's just the way I can go. I keep moving things around, so I never know which is the right way anymore. Makes it fun for testing, I guess. These are like painting blockers. Like, there's a character and she lives inside the paintings. Like, everyone else, their soul got stuffed into a toy. But there was a mistake when her soul was getting moved and she got stuffed in the paintings instead. And she lets you travel through them to get to other places in the building. But other than her first painting, all the other ones are blocked. So you have to, at this point in the game, free up her painting. That's what I'm doing right now. I don't have any kind of explainers for the quests in here yet, so I need to put the story in, basically. Like, the gameplay's there. Could use some polish and some things. Oh yes, rubber duckies, these are fun. You pick them up and throw them at things. Well, if you're in the right mode, you can. Aha, duckies. Get them, duckies. They don't do a lot of damage. They're fun, though. Hide behind this. Oh, didn't hide very well. It's only the third one, which is, I believe, backward this way. I just moved him again. I'll show you the traveling through paintings. No, it's not there. Oh, I think I know where I put it. Why did I put it there? Why did I put it there? Oh no. I think the fastest way is actually back this way. Like, you'll find the paintings, and the paintings have numbers on it for how many are actually still blocking it. And the enemies have the picture on there too, so you can see. I think the hammer's a little warped. Metroidvanias, man. Even I don't know where everything is. Jump on the tent. Yay. Oh. Okay, don't do what I just did. That's the last thing I needed. I just had to jump on the tent. It's so cool. Fix the hammer size. The bug I need to fix. Doot, 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 doot. I had to give those things more stuff to do so they're tougher. There's a secret way up over here. If I don't fall like an idiot. Super secret way up. At least when you make the maze, you get to know where everything is. If you can remember where everything is. I don't dash nearly often enough. This is Tinka. She's a 2D character floating in the paintings. I'm just gonna jump through. This is where you gain the ability to basically warp around the building a little. You still have to unlock each painting, so it really just lets you backtrack. The haunted gallery where you can see the other paintings you've unlocked and I think they're just floating there or anything. I was gonna make her a 2D sprite character, so she's gonna have like a little sprite animation like that because, well, she's three-dimensional. She's in a painting. You say by jumping into toy boxes. Yes. Everything works. The tarot menu just shows the various tarot cards and what they do. Map. I haven't unlocked any of these things, there's nothing to really look at on those, but collectibles. I still need to put a bunch of text in for them. They all work. Those don't do anything yet. All the options are here. So there is a bit of an error there, sure. Everything works on those. And of course loading works too. So most of the back end works. Other than the weird bug from the options menu. Well, the room should load in. It should load in. Huh. Well, I did rotate the whole building, so some of the stuff got mixed up a bit. And I think that's what happened here. I think. Huh. Whatever. Anyway, I'm going to show off a bunch of other abilities too, so you can see other tarot card things. I'm using data layers, so if you're wondering why there's nothing here, there really is something here. I just data layered it away. So it's actually in this room. Show off some other weird abilities. But I'll just auto-equip them. Because there's lots more. Not all of them are completely programmed in yet. The chariot's like double jump, so that's her double jump. I can't decide if flying is going to be a thing or not, because flying is kind of dull, so maybe. Do strength. Strength's funny. So strength impales enemies, and then you hit enemies with enemies. Wow. Crazy suicide bombers. Eventually you'll kill the enemy that's on there, but you know. Come back and fight. And if you're in Terraform, you slam the enemy against the ground for an AoE. Which doesn't work as well as it needs to yet. Not everything is currently game ready, right? Or like, you know, like some of it's, you're not gonna get this till way later, so it could probably use some work. Things like the Hermit. The Hermit's all about running away, so it leaves little things everywhere, and then you can detonate them. They actually run circles around things most of the time. They actually do damage with it. Doesn't have a terraform ability yet. I still need to figure out what to do with that. The Empress is actually in the demo. The Empress like grows plants. And these ones will heal you once they tick down. But also can grow and shrink plants in the environment. Not all plants, it doesn't grow and shrink the vines or anything. Grows mushrooms, large flowers, and things like that. I'll go use to go get something. Weep. Yeah, in Terraform it lets you throw mushrooms and the mushrooms grow things. And you hit them again, they'll shrink back down. And also hit enemies with them. I set myself to the max level, so just one shot everything. That cool mushroom hat. Oop. Terraform. Oh, that's right, the mushroom actually blocks. Normally water kills poppets, you can't jump in there. Later on you get immunity to it, but this is where you would get temperance. Temperance is a bubble wand. Being stabbed. It fires bubbles, but if you're in terraform, it actually captures enemies. They'll still die in there. If you take too long, then eventually they will break out of the bubble, but since I'm at max level, they're just dying. Also, it has the best hat. And I picked up immunity to water, so I have everything on. So I just jump in the pool. In case you're swimming underwater. The whole secondary has lots of underwater things to deal with. You know, spend like the whole chapter trying to get to immunity underwater, and then you have to swim through all these crazy areas to get to place. She just swims by jumping though, because I want her to be able to fight underwater. You're not actually supposed to lower the water in this room in order to do a puzzle. What's like part of a puzzle, but normally this area is just completely lethal, but if you come back to it, it's obviously not. Just saying, it's obviously not. Yeah, the moon, it makes clones of you. And the clones throw dance parties, basically. They'll take hits for you, and then you can detonate them. To deal damage to nearby things. Or the enemies can kill them, too. Not very good when you're on a tiny rock. It's probably the worst when you're on a tiny rock. Oh. Are you detonating them? Or did they get blown up? Might need to lower the amount of spawns in this area. I could have sworn they were lower than this, but apparently they're really high. All these do something. Justice is currently just a pistol. I haven't done much with it yet. I have to give her a cool hat and a gun. I was gonna have like charge shots or something like that, like Mega Man or something. That's currently a life training scythe. It doesn't have any additional new abilities yet, but it's got the look down at least. Scythe. Crazy hat. I can just tank hits because I'm basically, you know, max level, so I don't give a crap. And then, yeah, I know, I broke a bunch of things. Show off an area I was working on. The entrance to the second chapter is actually just right here. There's that ad. They normally already be loaded, but well, unless it's broken. Did I break it? Yeah, whatever. Taking forever to load everything, huh? Hey, Lucius. How's it going? Looks cool. Are you working? A couple of years. I ended up taking a bunch of breaks though due to health problems, so I didn't start it a couple years ago, but I only worked on it for a couple years or so. I want to start out in this room. In Grotto. A second, we'll load this one up. I want to show off Charlotte, the ghost girl. You're her toy. Like, you know, these toys are all made for this ghost girl, and she's, you know, just looking to play with her new friend. That's all. These are the ones I've selected for this area. That seems fair. Normally you have to do all this stuff to open up all these ways, but we're just going to skip all that. For now. This is not the first time you meet Charlotte, but she's down here. I have the Hierophant. There's possessed objects in the game, and if the Hierophant's active, then the possessed objects will behave, otherwise they'll just be crazy. This is Charlotte. She's playing a game with you right now. She's just playing red light, green light with you, so you know. Stop looking at her. Well, she'll come get you, and she just kills you if she touches you, so don't let that happen. This is not a boss fight. She's just harassing you in this room. I'm trying to lower the water out there. Still don't know why the music restarts in this particular room. It shouldn't. You can actually jump a little faster up over here or something from reserves. Don't worry, I'll be back down there. She just harasses you in that hallway because it's fun. Okay, that happened. I spawned on something and it launched me up here. Cool. Well, you know. Is what it is. Crazy little skull thing watching you. There's actually a weird bug on this thing where enemies would spawn here and then instantly die, but the game would forget they were there, so it became the Isle of the Forgotten. I had to lower the spawn rate. It was too easy. I had to fix it. Ow. Zerd. Trying to lower the water over here too. The magician can open up clams as well. Not that there are that many clams in the game, but they're here. Okay. Oh no! Ah. Okay, I need to fix that thing because it despawned that thing and then spawned it right in front of me. I think that means I just start back at the beginning of the game because I don't have a save anywhere. Oops, whatever. That's what happened.
Well, that went well.
What she said. Okay, well, I was going to showcase all those things, but that happened. That's weird. But the plan was to lower the water so I could go after this boss lady if she's... I can just lower the water too. I don't have to disable the puzzle. Alright, it's already disabled. Yeah, I had to rotate the entire building to fix some bugs with the map, and all the little things representing the rooms, some of them are mixed up. And so it's breaking a bunch of things, and I'm having to go back through and find them all. Originally, there was 3 to 4 hours of content that worked, but the map was just messed up. About that, indeed. Bit of an ad break going. Work the ad break to end. I guess I can load up and see if this room even works before I get too excited. When's the ad break happening? 21 seconds? 20 seconds? Waiting, waiting. Staring at Mr. Skullhead. Mr. Skullhead lights kind of hide by Mr. Skullhead. It's certain light to work. I want to greet chat when they come back. Yes. Be greeted by Mr. Skullhead. But before that weird thing blocked me and I got dumped in the water, I was draining the water for this room here. No guarantees this boss fight even works right, because, well, the triggers might not have rotated correctly, in which case it'll look dumb, but yeah, whatever. This one's a work in progress. Take a second for it to load. Her main mechanics are she haunts these lanterns, which are the only light sources, and they go flying away. So you have to bring them back down whenever they do. She hasn't haunted them yet, but now she's haunted them. Now they'll fly off. I have a new weapon to play with if I want. Wheel of Fortune. These dice deal damage to anything nearby when they, based on what they roll. And if you're in Terraform, it also rolls a healing die. That's the white one.
2, 3, 2.
In her first mode, she mostly just haunts the lanterns, which don't appear to be moving as well as they should be. And then we'll try to teleport and either shoot at you or teleport and try to attack you. The next one, she starts summoning helpers, and then that's one of the haunted lanterns. In the final form, she starts making clones of herself too. Well, she's supposed to. What you doing, lady? You've just been hanging out doing nothing, huh? No curse power. Oh yeah, she does the damage thing if you're nearby her too. Oh, actually I can be in any form for this. Get my lights back. You're always in danger of running out of sanity and dying, so... Or falling in the water in this fight, in which case you'll die too. Gotta start doing some damage to her though. She's actually like the third boss, I think, like that, so that's why she's pretty bare bones by comparison. The lights. She should switch phases about halfway through her health or something.
Ow.
Yeah, it cursed back really badly. Basically your mana for all intents and purposes, and you gotta find the darkness whenever you want to use it. In this battle, having to keep the lights, you know, on so you don't run out of any, but also getting, you know, cursed back so you can use your abilities is pretty important.
You're going the right way.
Otherwise you end up with the insanity problem all over the place. I don't know, I'm healing. I'm already full health. I will get you to the second phase yet. If this works without any problems, I'll be surprised. Everything else has had problems since I rotated things. Oh, no. Don't you dare launch me. I think she's teleporting to another location that shouldn't be there. Yeah, I think she's teleporting somewhere she's not supposed to be. It's like she should always be around here somewhere, so there must be one location that's apparently didn't move correctly, or two locations or something. I could throw things through. Hide by the floating lanterns. Yeah, I need to figure out what those points are. And do more damage to her. That's why I double jump. I'm not sure why I'm not double jumping. Back switch to hammer. I need this. I just need the darkness right now. Yeah, she usually pressures more than this, but it's like two of her teleports are missing. So I think it actually got rotated 90 degrees is what I'm seeing here. Because she should be teleporting in these two locations over here as well. She's also just teleporting nearby you as well, too. What is going on here? I just upgrade the damage on those, but once she gets to her third form and they gets like 6 of them shooting those, they become so much more dangerous. Give me back my light. Yeah. I found her. Why are you falling through the thing? I gotta test these things. Yeah, the fake ones have weird little bandanas and mustaches. Oh no, I jumped in the pool. So bad at my own game. Jumped in the pool and died. That's always the other problem in that fight, you just die. It's okay, I need to move a bunch of things around anyway. Oh no. Things went bad, Captain. Things went bad. I suppose I could fix some of these problems. Or I should make note of them. One or the other. At the very least. Do they get moved? They look fine. What's Sally up to here? Blah, 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 bosses. I think she's got, she would work fine if she just teleported to the right locations, I think is what it is. Or it should just be she gets those, so... They're called Sally teleporters, I think? Yeah. So... I don't think I ever saw her teleport there. Or she's teleporting to zeros at some point, I think. I don't need that. Yes. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, next to play, I mean, that shouldn't have changed. Teleport to location. Maybe they're just too low and she's just falling through them. Maybe I'll just showcase other stuff for the moment. It's like 6 a.m. right now, so I think I'm going to get too terribly far and down into the woods on that one. I may make note of these things. Sometimes Sally teleports wrong location. Sunken depths. Info is off. I trigger which room they're in based upon the essentially a box around it like that, which loads the data layers and stuff. And for whatever reason, this here despawned, and it shouldn't despawn. It should actually be added to the sunken depths. This actually can be fixed right here, I think, is the issue. Let's double check here. I'll show off some other random things. I imagine that's more exciting for people. Or I can just fall in the pool too. There's that too. Okay, well. I just want to see if I fix this before I show off other stuff. Looks like it's fixed though. I also want to add this to the data layer. Yeah, I know you hate splines. We'll fix the spline later. Add these data layers so you can see them. Maybe this one, actually, this needs to be set here. See, all these rooms just are loaded via data layer, so it only loads the portions of the game that are actually being used. So all these other rooms just aren't even loaded until they are. Well, I guess I have that one defaulted to loaded right now because I've got some assets that are loaded into both. And then other rooms over here just aren't even here yet until you start loading in the data layers. And they're just triggered by boxes on stuff. Show off other random things that might be interesting to people. Normally I would just do a full playthrough, but like I said, I rotate everything, broke stuff like an idiot. I don't know if anyone wants to watch me go through and fix all that. Maybe. Fair. Oh, it's crap loaded. Basically, at least once per chapter, Charlotte, the ghost girl, shows up and plays a game with you. which acts as a boss fight, except for, you know, you're only ever running from her because she's a ghost girl that's huge and you're don't really have any way you can do anything about her. This place has buttons on to open doors. You can opt to open the doors or not. You know, you might want to so you can get through things. I'm opening them all because I'm a terrible person. And Charlotte will wander around through here. She just crawls after you and appears in the smoke, so be careful. Your goal is to find the way through. Uh-oh. Step on it. So bad. Ah, I got by her. I'm just gonna run away. I have to add sound effects for her and everything like that. I don't have a voice actors for her yet, so she doesn't currently have sound effects. I don't have voice actors for anyone yet. Where are you coming from? Ah, more buttons. Uh-oh, she's in the room. No, she's not. Just those lights there. Okay. Oh, there she is. Run away. So it's just an instant kill if she catches you, so don't get caught. You're safe if you jump into these areas, so. Uh-oh. She's protecting one of the thingies. I need this one. Power over there. Not usually brave enough to go that way. There's a smoke right there. Actually need curse back more than I need the sanity. These rooms are great because you can sit there and get both back if you want, whichever stat you need at the moment. Definitely over there. I'm playing on hard mode right now because, you know, if I don't have a save, so if I die I just have to start over. This hard mode. Not really hard mode, it's supposed to be that way, but you know. Whenever you just start from wherever you're at, there's no save. I could set one up. We'll just respawn back to that. Actually, I do have a method to set up a test location, I guess, a test save. Sanity. Up on curse, actually. I don't need the full amount, just enough to get through the door. Her dashing requires it. Oh, 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 run away! Run away! Terrified. I'll stay in my box. I'll be a good doll. She likes that area. Uh-oh. She like this area or something, I guess. I don't know. I can see the first half of it. Oh. Very important, you can open the stalls. Apparently I'm having a hard time clicking the toilet thingy, so I was gonna open the toilets, but apparently harder to do than expected. There shouldn't be enemies spawning in here. That's not good. I think I'm considered as being in the wrong room. I'm gonna the washroom.
You're going the wrong way.
Oh, we can start popping in the mirror. These also work too, but water still kills her, so if you jump in the pool after you turn these on. I can load the water? Oh, it's just waiting to load the shaders. I didn't grab it. No, I'm so bad. I should have grown the plant. I was being lazy. That one's on me. I have this ability for a reason. I don't see the painting blocker. Something's wrong with the washroom. Yeah.
Make a note of that.
I guess my next thing I really want to focus on is actually just fixing all the dumb little bugs that got introduced by that rotation issue. So I can just play through everything I currently have successfully without constantly updating things like I was doing. Okay, it's loaded. This one has a bug where Charlotte doesn't want to move a lot of times, so it's often broken when it shouldn't be. And I don't know why she's not moving either. She should. Nope, nope, she's moving this time. It's usually just when you actually get to this point in the game, though. Like, the bug isn't there otherwise. Uh-oh, I see her. Run away. Hello. Let's go this way instead. How's that sound? The way the giant ghost girl is not. How about that? Hang on, let's save some for a second.
We're all mad here.
Hello. There's one. Whoa, 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 whoa. You look like she wants to play. I don't want to play. I don't like this game. This game is a terrible game. If the ghost girl squishes the doll, that's not good. We don't want that. Not good. Not a plan that works for me, for sure. Yeah, those doors have multiple things on them, so you have to find all the different buttons for those ones. Ah, she got me. It's bugged. OBS disconnected and reconnected? Wait, what? Nice. Well, well, well. I almost got through it. Not really. I think it was actually like 40% of the way I wasn't even there. Show off just random things. Yeah, I have to go through and fix every little stupid bug. I see where this is going. Not good. Washroom. I wonder if this one works right or not. Feels like I check to see if the room info is at least correct. It looks fine. Getting too long. But yeah, this I'll probably call in the stream. I'm only supposed to stream smaller amounts of time due to health issues that I've been recovering from. That have been long term and been ruining my game dev career for sure. Don't have health problems. Trust me on this one. It's awesome to have, you know, like you can be one of the cool kids, but hear me out. You don't really want them. They're pretty bad. 0 out of 10. Do not like. See if this one works. This used to all work until I fixed it. Ah, the story of every good game dev. It worked until I made it better. A second to load herself in because she's not been loaded today. Do you work? Well, don't you just hit like a ton of bricks? Ow. Do I have the star as an option? Oh, I do. I forgot. When the star is active, you regenerate health. At the cost of sanity. And if the Hierophant's active, you recover sanity at the cost of health. It is a net positive. Admittedly, it's a little awkward, but it's better if you're in the light, for sure. I use Temperance against her. I don't want to be anywhere near her. She does a lot of damage. Stay back here. This thing doesn't do a lot of damage, so it's kind of like the worst choice of weapons in a lot of cases. The bosses have iframes too, so it's pretty much rigged that the Fool does like the most damage if you can hit him with it. The reward for getting close. Every boss in my game does, you know, has like 3 phases, and the second phase in this one She just starts bringing out helpers like voodoo dolls to help her and everything like that. And in the final phase, she like starts spinning the whole battle arena. Gains an invincible force field and has like, you know, cultists that protect her. Third phase is always the wild zany one for sure. Might just put them as having one health bar and not show like all the little mini health bars to represent how many hundreds of health they have. With different colored ones. I can't decide. We'll see. Actually need more curse really bad. Not supposed to have Wheel of Fortune for this fight, so I'm intentionally not using it. I moved it to later. And my dev menu never got updated for that. Oh, okay. We're in that now, huh? It's more my computer's a potato. Actually, I can help speed the computer up a little bit. I have a bunch of things open in the engine. Yeah, she has that shield, and as long as these the voodoo cultists are alive, then she can't be hurt. And she regenerates health. Plus the battlefield is spinning, making my life a little harder. The lights are moving away from me. But also technically moving towards me too. I gotta make her cultists more aggressive, I think. Get damage him while I can. Come back and fight. Look. Yep, see, you're getting your health back.
First mission.
If you're in Terraform, the bubbles will capture enemies, not bosses, but you can capture like regular mobs. The enemies have kind of low health, so I haven't really bothered to try to capture them, but yeah, so they get caught. And they'll eventually break out. Only in Terraform. It was too powerful when it just did it all the time. Mostly just using it as a projectile weapon right here because there's so many enemies attacking. And stabbed. Regenerate health quick. So you have to keep your health and your sanity up. Your curse is only helpful if you actually want to do things with it. Primarily I had a force field that pushed all enemies out, which made the game too easy. Yeah. There's no such thing as this. You do have a few seconds of invulnerability whenever you're hit. It's actually might be a second or two. You don't have very long. So you can just get hammered like crazy. Made it pretty short. I go back and forth because Poppet will gain new abilities and then enemies need to be balanced against the new abilities, so You can see that she's got like a whole health bar back at this point. You gotta kill her helpers. They start to get out of control if you don't start, you know, culling them all the time. That's pretty hectic. I mean, I'm running out of sanity again. I got her. See if the thing actually stops spinning. I need a better fanfare for winning. Yeah, Poppet can't block. He can only dodge. You have to move around a lot. Like, there's just no blocking in this game. You just take the hit. So, you know, just... Don't. He's also a lot smaller than everything else, so her taking a hit doesn't even make much sense. Also, her carrying this big hammer, it's magical powers, don't question it. Oh, I have a backup Oliver prison key in case it didn't work. I remember that. Nobody else has ever played this game, so I have no idea how hard it truly is. We'll have to see in the early playtests. I really need to just, you know, suck it up and have a playtest version for friends. Maybe I'll just give them notes on what to do and not include a story. Be like, yeah, no story yet. Just these are the objectives that have to be done. Or put a quick objective list in there or something. I don't know, double jump at this point, so I need these cubes. The cubes are blocked away by the battle against her. I'm making this harder than it used to be. Oliver didn't spawn. Oliver, where are you? Oh, my backup key though for Charlotte, I think. Yeah. Well, I mean, it'll be a lot of in-game things like that. It's not gonna be like any crazy cinematic stuff, because let's be real here. You know, one guy making it, you know how long it takes to make those movie things for those things? It takes whole studios a bunch of time to make that stuff, so it'll take me a long time. There's not gonna be too many cutscenes for sure. A lot of in-game stuff will happen for sure. Can't even see this door. There's not a door there. Smart. I know there is a door there. You have to have something to open it. What was it? Well, that's hidden grotto key, so I could just go to chapter 2 and skip that. Fair enough. Yeah, for the playtest thingy, for like, you know, people to try the game out, not the demo. Like, it'll be an internal playtest, and I'm not gonna have I'm not gonna let everyone play it, and then I'll have, you know, ones where they're invite only on Steam. Yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen. If it's good enough for Dark Souls, it's good enough for me. Like later on, maybe they'll get added, but it's just I could do some things in the engine. It's just the time required. I'd rather spend more time on gameplay than worrying about some cutscenes that everyone skips anyway. Also, I don't know why Oliver didn't spawn. Very sad. Maybe he didn't. He fell through the thing. Is that what happened again? God, it's so annoying if that's what happened again. Why don't you put these on the ground? Well, you know, he's probably spawning somewhere off, like, in the middle of nowhere, because I rotated the whole building and moved it and everything, so a lot changed, the locations of things, and anything that was location specific previously got messed up. Yeah, well, Pragmata had millions of dollars behind it too. Like, it's insane. So yeah. I'm gonna go with the Dark Souls one, like the original Dark Souls thing. Like that's more what I'm expecting. This isn't some $60 AAA game. At most, it might be $20, not on sale. Nah, it might even be cheaper than that by the end. I don't even know. We'll see where it's at. I don't know what it's gonna cost, but I was thinking the 15 to 20 range was what I was aiming for in the long run. And then just keep adding to it. Story games are good. It's just, they have to remember that there's a game attached to it. Like, they want their game to be a movie. And if I wanted a movie, I'll just watch a movie. In fact, a lot of times for the new games that come out, where they have a lot of cutscenes, I'll watch the cutscene movies on YouTube rather than play their game. It's like, wow, there's like, I remember the Final Fantasy Rebirth game had like 30 hours of cutscenes. And that was a fantastic story. I'm glad I didn't have to play the 9 million dumb little mini games. I just watched it. I also didn't have, PlayStation 5. I was like, I don't have one of these. I'm just going to watch these. And it was great. I enjoyed it a lot. I'm never going to play the game, though. Maybe because I was bored of the concept, by the time they finally put it on PC. Oh, this mostly worked. At least the boss fight worked. I don't have too many complaints with it. I just don't spend so much time healing up. But yeah, like, you can have story things there, but if you're an indie, you gotta limit how you tell your story. You can't have really long, in-depth stories unless you have like RPG Maker, like them talking kind of things. Because the time and effort to make cutscenes is huge. They're just literal movies. Unless you're an animation studio, it takes a long time. Even for them, it takes a long time. It seemed fine. The problem was they released it on PlayStation, and by the time they released it on PC, I'd already seen people play it. I'd already watched the cutscene movie. It was like well over a year after the fact. All the hype was dead. I didn't care anymore, so I didn't play it. Same thing happened like with Remake and Rebirth. Yeah. If they put it on PC like day one, I bought them and played them. But I saw my favorite content creators play them, and I was like, I don't care anymore. I didn't even know they were going to release them on PC. And even if they were, I wasn't going to wait a year. Their choice. I think they have the God of War games too or something. I watched the cutscene movies for those as well. I was like, these are great. But I've already seen it now. I'm not going to play the game. I don't care. I saw all the important stuff. Good. They're better than most Netflix shows. Works for me. I already have a lot of games I want to play though, as a thing. So it's like, but at some point I got to eat food. And that's when I end up watching cutscene movies, right? Because I don't play a lot of games while I eat. But depending on the kind of game. If the game's not like super action packed, I'll play it while I eat. But otherwise, recently doing that, picking games that literally just are not like the non-action games. Like I was playing that Circus Electrique because it's basically a Darkest Dungeon, but steampunk. And I was like, this is perfect because it's all turn-based, so I could just play it while I eat. Like watch a terrible video on YouTube? Nah, man, nah. I'm gonna watch this instead. I'll play this instead. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that actually. I never played Darkest Dungeon, but everyone says it's basically like Darkest Dungeon. It's like, okay. I would probably like Darkest Dungeon. That's fair. I probably would. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. At this point, whenever Epic gives me a free game, those get added to my list of maybe plays. I have like, I don't know, 300 plus games they give me for free. I don't even know at this point. It eclipses my Steam library by a lot, whatever it was, the number. Speaking of which, is there a new free game? There should have been one, and I just don't think I grabbed it. They were giving out 2 free games for a while. I think they're having a big sale. Or maybe that's Steam that's having its summer sale. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Free games of the moment are Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 Complete Edition. Do I have this? I do. They've already given it to me once. Or I already picked it up. I don't know. Or Void Rot, whatever this is. I don't know. It looks like some kind of Metroidvania knockoff thingy. I mean, it's free. I'll take it, obviously. I see. I mean, There's lots of games I'd like to play. It's just I haven't caught up. I'm so far behind because I spent so much time doing game dev. I remember 2 more days and the new free Fab stuff shows up. This stuff won't be until July 2nd. I just take everything. I already have River City Girls 1. They gave that to me already, but I guess I get 2 as well. Oh, the excitement. Free, free, free. Soon, Fab, soon. I haven't even checked the on sales for this. Every once in a while I get something useful. A bunch of the stuff I use in the game were from this. Teardown and Dreams? What is this teardown? Really? You can't just... Oh, from other stores. They don't have it on this store. Okay, I see how it is. That's weird that it tells you from other stores. Custom voxel engine? Doesn't have those on here, I guess. That's fair. Not every game's on here. I still have to have my game to there too, for that matter, so I can collect wish lists on that. I'm not that concerned. I think that people getting a Steam page up for early wish list is a complete waste of your time. It's really not very handy. You need to have play tests to get the wish list. Anything else, you need something people can mess with, even if it's not like the full, demo. Science distance fields, nice. I mean, sometimes custom voxel engine. I mean, people like Minecraft, and if you have Minecraft but with blowing stuff up, right? Because I mean, that just looks like dumb fun, right? Who doesn't like breaking things? And it doesn't even look very Minecraft. Well, I mean, I've seen modded Minecraft where people make it look really nice, so... But yeah, default, this looks much better than default Minecraft, sure. And I'm not exactly a big connoisseur on Minecraft mods. I've never in my life actually played Minecraft. There's something about the visuals, it messes with my eyes and gives me motion sickness. I can't play it. With the right mods, apparently I can now, but for a long time I could not. Article fix Minecraft terrible, it's fair. Minecraft's AutoCAD for autistic children, it's also fair. I agree wholeheartedly with your assessment of what Minecraft is. Yes. Yes, indeed. I don't know. I mean, I like Terraria, and I would like Minecraft if it wasn't for the visual issue. I just have issue with my eyes. It does not like that type of graphics for whatever reason. I also can't do a VR at all. Looking at VR for like 10 minutes is maybe like, have motion sickness for hours. Terrible. I do not like it. No. Like, but if you have this book slightly better, it does not make a difference. 3D movies do it to me too. Put those 3D glasses on, it's bad news for me. Bad news. Bad news. But, I don't know. I think the problem with crafting games I have is that Unreal Engine exists. And Unreal Engine is like the ultimate crafting game. And I can never play a crafting game anymore because of it. Right? That's the issue. 3D models do what VR is supposed to? Maybe. I don't know. All I know is these weird 3D thingies usually mess with me, and I'm not very excited to mess with them. Like, I think we have an understanding, the 3D thingies and I. They stay over there, I stay over here. 1,600 for that, I'll pass. I'd rather invest in a better graphics card at that point. I'm pretty certain that buys you 2 potatoes strapped together with a couple cords now, because AI made all the graphics cards cost $1 million, but Eventually, nobody will be able to run anything. Everything will have to be on tablets because nobody can afford a PC anymore because AI. I gotta say, I'm actually impressed with what tablets can run now because I saw them do the Tomb Raider remake, the first of the games, on a tablet. It's like, huh. I mean, the game's old, but that's impressive for tablets, man. 50/50 is, but the 50/50 is also not that good. Like, it's not like some big upgrade over just like the 30/50 or the 30/60. Hmm. Is it effects? Yeah. The thing is like a lot of the games just don't run. Like a lot of Android games, like a lot of the Steam games just don't run. Like a lot of the AAA games from back in the day don't quite run on a tablet. But this was just native on there, and I was like, "You're getting 60 FPS on a tablet with this game. I'm impressed." But nah. As far as the 50/50, only 8 gigs of VRAM is not exactly all that great. Wouldn't surprise me. The Steam Deck's not actually all that powerful. But the issue is that all the Android stuff just uses a different processor, so it doesn't understand the instructions. Also, you know, onboard graphics have gotten really good. Like, if you don't believe me, I mean, that's what they're using in, well, first off, the Steam Deck. And like the PlayStation doesn't have a built-in graphics card either. Neither does the Xbox. So they switched them to just these AMD chips with the built-in graphics. So, or at least that's what they said. I'm wrong now at this point. Guess I haven't looked in a while. Yeah, like they've been putting them in there, and like those little chips can run incredible things, which makes sense because the Android one is just a chip and like where they can run. Yeah, see that's I'm pretty certain it's just a built-in. Yeah. See. PS5 GPU. Yeah, it doesn't have. Yeah, it doesn't have a dedicated graphics card. So they're saying there as it has is a AMD one. It's built into the processor. It doesn't even have a real graphics card. But that's how powerful these things are. It's nuts. Like, you know, 5 or 6 years ago, they could run Skyrim with just the processor. It might have been longer than that, actually. It is longer than that. It's like 10 years ago. You obviously needed the, you know, AMD ones and not the Android stuff. But yeah, like, I don't know, it's just all in one chip. It's just one giant thing. They just built in CPU, GPU. The little thingies like these. Oh, never mind. That's just a dumb graphic thingy. That's why they're looking for GPU equivalents when they're talking about these things. They're saying it's actually equivalent to the card I have, so. Yeah. Hmm. Huh. It sort of is. The problem is it's shared, so it's not as equivalent as you think because, you know, on a PC, you have all that extra RAM to work with that for your CPU that doesn't get shared. So it's just, it's an integrated graphics. The more powerful your RAM, the more powerful the graphics thing to a point. I mean, there's a cap, obviously, but well, you got really good RAM when you got those and you didn't bother to buy a graphics card. Of course, now at this point, graphics cards are insane. Yeah, they share it. Like that's how the integrated graphics work. They actually just use your regular RAM. That's why you need fast RAM. It's gotten really good. Well, they do with Android now too. I mean, it just makes more sense. Graphics cards are pretty unnecessary for a lot of things at this point. Almost nothing makes use of them. Not at that level. Specs. Let me look it up. Curious. Hmm. Blah, blah, blah. I went to their official site and it's just a pile of dog shit. Because there's like a 9 million ad things that don't answer my question. Love it. Yeah. Basically, if you're not like a game dev or so, basically if you're not producing content, then you really don't need graphics cards anymore. And even if you are producing content, if the content isn't something that's, you know, graphically intensive, you don't need it. Like if you're streaming, you can often just stream from your phone. If you're capturing what game you're playing, then you probably need a graphics card for that. Because game plus streaming on is a lot for just a built-in GPU, for sure. But yeah, like it's gotten so good. The graphics cards are nearly unnecessary. I mean, I have a couple graphics cards, but I have to like stream while running Unreal Engine, so, and even then it's pretty heavy. Turns out Unreal Engine is not a light engine. Nice. Yeah, I'm really excited about those things. I'm hoping to reach a point where I don't need another graphics card. You know, when these ones finally break, I don't want to buy a new one anymore. I'm good. I think I'd like to pass on that. Except if it wasn't for game dev, I wouldn't have all those things. I got mine when they were cheaper. I mean, to be fair, you're right. The 50/50 being only, you know, $300 is, like, if I need to replace one of my graphics cards, that's only marginally better than what I have, but it's not how much to replace it. So if something breaks, it's not that bad. Like, I'd be okay with it. Of course, one of my graphics cards has 12 gigs of VRAM, so it wouldn't be a very good replacement for that one. You get a PS5 for $300? Nice. I assume you're in a portion of the world where that's possible. I don't know what they actually cost. Maybe they're cheap for all I know. PS5. What's a PS5 at? Amazon. Looks like about 600. So, yeah. But I'm over in the US, and you know how that is. Things aren't really all that cheap here necessarily. I mean, you know, you can find one on eBay. Not terrible. I wonder what like a 5060 is at. I think it's any better. Yeah, the 5060 is only 340. That's not bad. A 5070. I don't want to bring my Amazon up on the screen. Now you're at 600 plus for the 5070, but you also get 12 gigs of VRAM. It's probably the VRAM making it cost $1 million. Refurbed and shipped 400. Fair. I mean, refurbed, I didn't look at the refurb prices. Refurb usually fine. I got a refurb tablet and tape like half price on it, so I understand. Pretty good. All right. I think I'm going to call it, though. Much as I enjoy chatting. I'm now at the 4 hour and 12-minute mark or so, and didn't realize that was a mark. And I was supposed to only stream like 2 or 3 hours. You're caught up doing things. Oh, yawn. I don't think I'll be back tomorrow night. I'm only going to stream probably like Monday through Friday, maybe Saturday. If I spend every night doing it, then I run the risk of going a bit overboard. About yeah, I better spend the night sleeping. Yeah, well, I mean, it's 6:48 a.m., so need the sun's up. I got a couple hours sleep before the stream, but I work in like 6 hours and 12 minutes. So yeah, yeah. I want to get a few more hours sleep in there before that. You know what I'm saying? So I will bid everyone adieu. See everyone Monday who wants to hang out. Yeah. I guess that wouldn't be Monday, would it? Sunday for me right now. Yeah, so I'm not going to stream tonight. It'll be like, I guess, technically Tuesday at that point. I'm confused. Whatever. Not living. Just not streaming tonight. I'll be back in 48 hours. There you go. That's better. I like that. Back in 48. Yeah. I will catch everyone later. Have fun. Go do things. Build lots of games or something.